tax money, when you put it in black and white, you said yourselves, 10 o'clock is the starting time. Most of us, we manage and we budgeted that time so that we need to be here on time, and we are here on time. So all I'm asking, can we respect each other? You said 10 o'clock. You didn't even mention there will be extra time. So therefore, can we start? That's my plea, so that we can robustly engage. You mustn't come here and at the end of the day, we'll be saying we are running out of time. So can we start at the time proposed? Thank you very much.
I'm taking decision. We're starting with our meeting. As per advert, the reason is the following. If you come late, you disrespect the agenda on the meeting. If you come late, you don't respect those that came early to the meeting. We have to start with our session. Good morning. My name is Chiri Zimnyai, the chairperson on Education Portfolio Committee. Hereby declares Semhlalele and its surrounding as the premises and the precinct of Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56 of the Standing Rules of Gauteng Legislature. Read together with Section 1 and 2 and Section 28 of the Powers and the Privileges and Immunities of Parliament or Provincial Legislature, Act number 4 of 2004. So we must say that the precinct of Parliament or Legislature is the area where the land, every building are part of the building under our control at the moment here under Semhlalele. And again, the proceeding will proceed in this house. I'm saying house, making reference that now this area has been declared as a house of Gauteng Legislature and will be conducted, including the galleries and the lobbies and the chambers, respectively. We must say that every part of the building and any part of this structure and outside and the surrounding are part of the Gauteng Legislature. Now, my obligation now, I must say, is to welcome you. You are 100% welcome to this important meeting of the BELA bill public hearing. This is an opportunity for the people to have their say in law-making process. The people of South Africa, through this form of participatory democracy, they have the opportunities to have their views expressed and how the section of the law or the law should look like in final analysis. When I'm saying the law, I'm referring to the bill because it still have to be enacted into law by the president. The first issue that I need to brief the community is that, one, the bill starts from the executive. The executive is the minister, and what the Minister of Basic Education does, or ministry does, look into the following. One, whether the socio-economic impact or benefits of that bill. That's the one aspect. The second issue is that whether the bill passed the constitutional muster. After doing that, the state law advisor issues 3 certificates before the bill goes to Parliament or National Assembly. After making sure that the state law advisor is satisfied with the process, the bill goes to National Assembly and it becomes the bill of the Parliament, of the Legislature. As you know, there is separation of power between the executive and the Legislature and the judiciary. So, from there, the Parliament will make some advertisement to make sure that those that want to make oral presentation and make submission before the bill in Parliament will be allowed to do so. And the Parliament will also issue the schedule and the date of the venues where they are going to have the public hearing. I'm referring to National Assembly Portfolio Committee. In addition to that, they must crisscross the country to allow the people to have their say. The role of the Portfolio Committee is to facilitate, is not to take a biased position for or against, nor undue influence in the process. We must allow the people to express themselves, because at the end of the day, it will become their law. When the process has been concluded in National Assembly, and I'm referring both processes, the bill will go to NCOP, but they use the language concurrence. It's not a merely concurrent, because the NCOP must do the same thing that the NA, National Assembly, would have done. So after doing that public hearing, such as this one, and ourselves, because we have delegates into the National Council of Provinces. So we are allowed as the province to make sure that we conduct the public hearing in our specific province. And other provinces are doing the same of what we are doing today. So all your views will be consolidated and goes to infuse in the bill, and it will go to the NCOP for consideration, for presentation and also consideration. So that is the first issues I thought I should be able to share with you. Now, today, as I know, our expectation, the day the bill has been advertised in Gauteng, we expect the members or the community members that will express their views to print down, to print out, because it is there and gazetted, to print down the the bill, the content of the bill. You have the responsibility, because when you contribute here, you must contribute relative to the section of the bill, not something that have nothing to do with the bill. And if you go out of line, as the chair, I have the responsibility to guide you, that you must talk to the bill, section of the bill. But some people like to make some context opening remarks, but the time they need to contribute to the bill, they will not have the time. Throughout from our beginning, from Uncle Tom's Hall to IEC Hall in the Randfontein, we have allocated each and every speaker 3 minutes. And you must, in addition to these 3 minutes, it's not the alpha and the omega. You can also write when your 3 minutes is over. Submit your own written submission to the table. They will be able to consolidate your views. And here, we believe you must, when you stand up, you will be able to indicate your name, and then you make contribution. We will have the timekeeper, which is other honorable members, for the sake of fairness. And one of the critical issues that I must say, this is your opportunity to contribute in law-making process. The power is within your hands. Use it wisely and make a contribution. So therefore, you are all welcome to this important meeting of Gauteng Portfolio Committee on Education. And we need to make sure that all of us, I'm not going to do a brief overview on the bill, because we have a representative from the National Department of Education who will make presentation on the bill. So I'm not going to do a brief overview. I don't want to run a risk of being biased. Because I rather allow the department, when we come to that platform, do as such. So as you know, the presentation of the BELA bill is consistent with Section 76 of the National Department of Basic Education. And again, I must say before we proceed, we have the translators. I want them to stand one by one to introduce themselves and indicate which language they're going to translate to, so that there should be no crisis. Please, let me allow them to do that before I conclude with the opening remarks. Give them the mic.
Good morning, Chair. Dumelang bagaetsho. My name is Tiamo Mojai, and I'll be interpreting into Setswana.
Translator Setswana bagaetsho.
Thobela, nna ke Swafu Jimmy, ke interpreter Sepedi.
Okay. Abshani, Bedramina Mina Ntomfuthi Masuluke, and I'll be interpreting in Xitsonga.
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 Okay.
Hi, good day. My name is BELA and I'm interpreting from English to Afrikaans.
Morning, Sasha Bean, also Afrikaans.
Morning.
You forgot. You said you translate Afrikaans and English. Can you say it publicly here, on record?
Afrikaans to English, English to Afrikaans.
Okay, give it to her again. I want this to be on record.
Sorry, English Afrikaans, Afrikaans English.
Dankie. Yes, madam.
Morning, everyone. My name is Viela Chingo.
So, you are all 100% welcome. Oh, there's an outstanding one. Okay.
Yes. My name is Viela Chingo. I'll be doing isiXhosa.
Mina igama lami uPhumlani Hadebe, ngizobe ngenza isiZulu.
Niphelele. Baphelela ngisho. Or sign language. Izovela la kuma screen. No. Sizwile sign language, Bab. It's okay. Then you are all welcome. Yes, my good sir. No, they will come and speak every 5 minutes and translate, yeah. And as I told you per brief, every 5 minutes, you must try to summarize the presentation, translate them from the guest. Okay, one of the things that I must say is that you are all welcome. Opportunity will be yours. I'm not alone. I am with esteemed honorable members here. And I'll allow them to introduce themselves so that you know who they are, so that we can proceed. My good sir.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sergio Dos Santos, and I am a member of the Education Portfolio Committee.
Yes, honorable member.
Morning, committee members. My name is Tembisa. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you very much.
May you introduce yourself from the Department of Education?
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson and the committee. Good morning, members. My name is Jabu Shakula. I'm from the Department of Basic Education. I'm responsible for quality learning and teaching campaign. Thank you very much. Chair, we've got also members from DBE. We have members from the at the front. Maybe you want to.
I'm told there's members from the Department of Basic Education. Can you please stand up so that people can see you? Batsamaya Linta de Gam Sebo. And then those that are coming from Gauteng Department of Education, on education, or our legal mind. May Ubereka Department of Education, she's responsible for any legal matters. She's always with us so that, you know, we work together. Really, we can no sacrifice. Right? So, msebetsi komunti tota ko tswang ko teng. Now, Honorable.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. Wilry Peach, and I'm a member of the Education Committee.
Peach is the last name, it's not Peach, please. Note.
Good morning, Chair.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Kere Liamukhet. You are welcome. You are warmly welcome at Semklalele, which is the precinct of Parliament. Thank you very much. Ndate Thabo, can you please share with us the team there? You see the wonderful team there? They are supporting the portfolio committee to be successful in their work. Can you please stand up so that they can see you beautifully from that corner, handsomely, and also that side. And Messing, she's also doing what we call recording of all the proceeding, such that tomorrow, if there's somebody that wants to pursue a legal dispute or litigate the process, can be able to find some recording how the process, it's a mailenkate. So, okay, thank you very much. May we please receive the apologies, written apologies only. It must be present.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to honorable members, and good morning to our guests. Chair, I've received two apologies. One from Member Albert. He wasn't able to join the meeting due to a party political engagement. And also Honorable Adams. You weren't able to join the meeting due to party political engagement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. May I please request Honorable Member to move for noting and adopting these apologies, please.
Chairperson, I move to adopt the apologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Second.
We must say that the agenda on our table is we are going to allow the presentation on BELA bill with respective of Section 76 of the National Department of Basic Education. That will have presentation by Ntate Kamo as he introduced himself, and we will also have the members to make the input or their submission after that process. Please don't ask questions because it's not our task to respond to you. The process is that you are coming to make your own submission or contribution, how this this bill in final analysis should look like. And then we'll have vote of thanks, announcement, vote of thanks. That will be done by Honorable Member Dos Santos. Closure, it will be done by myself as the chairperson, Chirizimnyai. So, we are going to have a very good 2 hours and more, depending on the people that have expressed to speak. My advice that after the presentation, when we call for people or community members to make their submission. Mr. Peach, don't peach while I'm talking, okay? Okay, so all I'm trying to say is that members, after presentation, those that want to speak, their democratic opportunity to speak will be given. You don't allow when we have closed the item, when the closing item, you raise your hand, you said you want to speak. That will be undermining the procedure of the meeting and the process. And otherwise, will not allow that, will allow you to go to the next meeting on the 1st of March in Falala and Soshanguve to go and express your views. Because we will be fair and democratic in our process. So, this is the agenda. May I please have the mover and the seconder?
Chair, Member Peach, I move for adoption of the agenda.
You pitch it so high. Thank you very much. May I please have the seconder?
My name is Tembisa Musito. I second the confirmation of the agenda. Thank you very much.
The agenda is duly, meaning the proceeding of the meeting, the agenda is duly adopted. This is how we're going to proceed with our process. Please will respect order. When there's someone on the platform, you don't interject, because if you disrupt the meeting through disrupting the speakers on the floor, I will have no option but to get you out of the meetings. That I'll do without hesitation. Because if you deny other speakers a democratic right to speak through making noise and you are just heckling to the speaker, that is not going to be allowed. I'm raising this because we have the experience. One community member was raising his views and he was heckled, and that is not allowed, and he was disrupted. Every member that wants to speak will raise his or her hand and will be afforded a good 3 minutes opportunity to do that. And if that's not sufficient for you, you can send a recorded or written submission to the table. The table is ready to support you, the people. Now, it's an opportunity for me to allow the representative of the Department of Basic Education to make some presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, once again for the opportunity.
Sorry. The translators, I don't know whether you want to come in to try to translate what I was saying earlier, please. Because your purpose is to translate the bill, and not everything that I'm saying, When we start with the bill, I will allow you to do that. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my responsibility is to present the bill, and anything outside the bill, it's something that one will not be able to respond to. I would appeal, Chair, to members that let us stick to what is in the bill. Anything outside, let us not bring it to the bill. And it is important also, Chair, to indicate that this bill does not talk about abortion. This bill does not talk about masturbation. This bill does not talk about sex. There's nothing in this bill that talks to that. And we will appeal to colleagues and parents not to raise those issues because they are not part of the bill. And therefore, the bill will not include also issues of curriculum, issues of human resources, and issues of infrastructure and the appointment of teachers. This bill will not necessarily cover that. It is not a wholesale bill. It covers certain aspects that the minister wanted to focus to. Now, colleagues, let us now go to clause number 2. Clause number 2 speaks about the introduction of grade R in the system. You would note that the system starts from grade 1 to 12, not necessarily from grade R to 12. Now, we also need to bring a context and a background as to why the bill proposes the introduction of grade R into the system. You would note that in terms of the monitoring findings from peers, is that our learners cannot read and write with understanding in grade 4. Yes. We cannot read and write in grade 4. And the view of the minister is that the damage is happening at the foundational level. When the grade R's come to grade 1, a number of them cannot cope. A number of them cannot speak the language of learning and teaching quite well. And it impacts in their performance as well. And therefore, the minister, through the bill, proposes that let grade R be introduced in the system. Why is grade R being introduced in the system? The reason for it to be introduced is that the learners who will be joining grade R will also benefit from what the other learners in the system are benefiting from. What are those benefits? Free LTSM. They will also benefit from the SNNP. They will also, the teachers will also benefit because those teachers who will be teaching grade R, if their qualifications requires that they need to be paid the same way as the teachers in the mainstream, those teachers will be paid accordingly. What the bill also seeks to do is that it has also put an age in terms of who are those learners who must come to grade R. It will be learners in the age of 7. But even learners below the age of 7 will be allowed to join grade R on condition that the SGB of the school has been involved. Now, it also goes further to say parents who do not take their learners at that age to school, they should be subjected to a penalty. The penalty should be increased from 6 months to 12 months. However, the department is not necessarily moving quickly into doing that. They will try other mechanisms to ensure that parents are encouraged to take their children to grade R. The intention is not to prosecute, but the intention is to encourage parents to ensure that they take their children to grade R. Siyayidlula indaba ye grade R we're going through. We're now going to clause number 3. Okay.
May we please allow the translators to begin to translate, starting from Afrikaans, English, and so on. Then we get to others' languages. To what has been said so far. Give them the mic, please. Madam requested to me that she'll prefer seated. If you don't have objection, I'll agree to that.
Thank you very much. Clausule nommer 2 praat ook oor die noem waar die ouers, waar die kinders op ouderdom van 5 of van 7 eintlik skoolverpligtend is. Dit is nie meer so nie, dat ons praat nou
Please.
dat ons wil graag hê dat die minister het gesê dat graad R moet ingeskakel word by die grondslagfase, sodat kinders wat ons agtergekom het dat in graad 4 kan hulle nog nie behoorlik lees of skryf nie. En daarom sal daar nie 'n vervolging wees as jou kind op onder 7 nog nie in die skool is nie, maar na 7, die ouderdom van 7 sal daar dan vrae gevra word. Ons wil nie op tone trap nie, maar volgens die Suid-Afrikaanse skolewet is die ouderdom van kinders verpligtend vir skool 7 tot 15 jaar oud.
Honorable Dos Santos want to say something after you translated. You may proceed on English.
Okay, so
Lomthetho sivivinywa lo okhulunywa ngawo njoba nje uchitshiyelwa injongo yawo akona nje ukukhuluma ngocansi noma ngobulili kodwa kukumane nje ukubonisa noma ukusiza abazali ukuthi baqonde ukuthi kungani kubalekile ukuba abantwana abaku grade R bakwazi ukuthi bafunde futhi bakwazi nokubhala ingakho kubalekile ukuthi kwenziwe ukuthi ugrade R abantwana kumele ukuthi na kanjani baqalise kuwona so abantwana bazozuza kakhulu uma bengena ku grade R.
Olandelayo Kistswana Ra.
All right, so kekemedi ya thuto ya motheo ya lefapha la thuto ya motheo ona a tlhalosa gore molaotlhomo ono ga o bui ka go senya mpa go iphoraphora dirwe tsa thobalano kgotsa thobalano ka boyone ka jalo ona ikuela mo batsading gore fa ba tlile go ntsha ditshwelo tsa bone ba ska bua ka tsone ka gonne ga di yo molaotlhomong ono me gape ga o bui ka curriculum kgotsa mafaratlhatlha kgotsa baithuti le khotla ya batsadi kwa sekolong so ga re tla go bua ka dilo tse dintseng jalo le fa go ntse jalo o ile ya go molawana 2 o le gore o bua thata ka go tsenyeletsa bana ba ile gore ba mo grade R gore ba nne mo karolong ya thulaganyo ya sekolo o tlhalositse mabaka mabedi gore ke ka ntlha yang lebaka la ntlha ke ka gonne tona ya lefapha la thuto ya motheo ona tlhalosa gore bana ga ba kgone go bala le go kwala fa ba fitla ko grade 4 jaanong bothata ke gore bo simula ko legatong la motheo ke ka foo fa bana ba ile gore ba tsena ba nna mo karolo mo thulaganyong ya sekolo go simula ka grade R ba tla kgona he gore ba fenye le go mekamekana le kgwetlo e ba lebaneng le yone lebaka la bobedi ke ka gonne baithuti fa ba tsena mo grade R ba tlile go sologela molemo ke go nna mo karolong ya thulaganyo dithulaganyo tse di tshwana le SLMP le bone ba tlile go bona mosola wa tsone gape ona tlhalosa gore baruta bana ba ile gore ba re ditshwanelego tsa go ruta kwa grade R ba tlile go bona megolo le dituelo tse di botoka tse di tsamaisana le ba ile gore ba ruta kwa sekolong ona tlhalosa gape gore go kgothalediwa thata gore bana fa ba le mo dingwageng tsa 7 ke bone ba le go batlile go tsena mo grade R le fa go ntse jalo ka tumelano ya SGB bana ba ile gore ba ka fa tlase ga dingwaga tse 7 le bone ba ka nna karolo ya mophato ono wa grade R mme ona tlhalosa gore batsadi ba tlile go tlhaiwa fa ile gore ngwana ha le dingwaga di le 7 ga a tsene sekolo ga mo karolong ya grade R mme ona tlhalosa gore ga se gore go tlhaiwa go ke go nyatsa le go nyenyefatsa batsadi go na le mong ke go ba kgothatsa gore ba tle ba ise bana ba bone kwa dikolong.
Ge go thomiwa mo go ile go hlaloswa gore ge molao kakanywa o ga o mabapi le thobalano goba abortion goba yona masturbation. Mme ge le kgopelwa gore le seke la bolela ka tšona ka ge e le gore ga se karolo ya molao kakanywa o. Mme go ile ga tšwela pele go hlaloswa gore karolo ya bobedi ya molao kakanywa e bolelwa ka go tsenyeletšwa ga grade R mo tselatshepetšong ya tša thuto. Ka ge e le gore go lemogile gore go na le tlhohlo ge go ntše go tšwelwa pele ka ge go lemogile gore bana ba feleletša ba fihla ko grade 4 e le gore ga ba kgone go ngwala le go bala. Mme tona ya tša thuto o boletše gore grade R e swanetše e tsenyeletšwe mo tselatshepetšong ya tša thuto. Ge go dirilwe bjalo baithutwana ba tlile go holega e se go bona fela eupša le barutiši ka ge e le gore ba ka feletša e le gore ba lefelwa go swana le barutiši ba bangwe mo tselatshepetšong e ya tša thuto. Mme batswadi bao e leng gore ga ba iše bana ba bona sekolong goba gore ba tsene mo grade R, bana ba feletše ba fihla mengwaga e šupa ba ka feletša e le gore ba lebana le kotlo. Mme nepo ga se go tla batswadi eupša ke go ba rotloetša gore ba iše bana ba bona dikolong goba ba iše gona go grade R.
Swi na nkoka swinene ku va hi twisisa leswaku nawumbisi lowuwani a wu tanga ku ta vulavula hi ku kutsula ka khwiri, a wu tanga ku ta vulavula hi ku enerisa hi swa masangu kumbe hi masangu. So swi na nkoka swinene leswaku hi nga vulavuli hi swona. Xa vumbirhi, hi tile ku ta twisisa ku hikwalaho ka yini vana va fanele va ya exikolweni. Swi na nkoka swinene ku va hi twisisa ku vana va fanele va ya exikolweni. Vana va ku va ku tivisiwa grade R aka system ya hina. Vana ku na vana lava nga koteki ku tsala, va nga koteki na ku hlaya, va ri ka grade ya 4. Leswi swi tikiselaka vadyondzisi. So ku va ku tivisiwa grade R leyiwani swi vula leswaku vana va ta sungula ku dyondza ku tsala ni ku hlaya va ha ri eku sunguleni. Xivangelo xa ku va yi tisiwa nakambe grade R leyiwani i ku va na vona vadyondzi lavawani va kota ku kuma mbuyelo lowu vadyondzi van'wani va nga ku wu kumeni. Nawumbisi lowuwani wu veke leswaku vana lava va nga ni malembe ya ku ringana 7 hi vona lava va nga ta nghena ka grade R, hambi va ri vadyondzi lava nga hansi ka malembe lamawa ya 7 na vona va ta pfumeleriwa ku va va nghena grade R leyiwani ntsena loko SGB na yona yi pfumeleriwile ku va yi nghenelela. Xin'wani ku tiyimisela lokuwani i ku va va ringeta leswaku va veka ntlhontlho eka vatswari ku va va teka vana va va yisa exikolweni ku va na vona va ta kota ku va na mimbuyelo loyiwani. Vatswari lava ka va nga yiseki vana va vona exikolweni va ta tshinyiwa ku nga ri hi ku va va nyajiwa kambe ku ri ku va hi ku va va ringeta leswaku vana va kuma mimbuyelo leyinene.
Yeah, Kenza. So, Honorable Dos Santos, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Chair. What I'm proposing is that we may not necessarily need translation for all the languages. Maybe if we could get an indication of who would need English translation, Afrikaans translation, and other languages, so that we have an understanding. So if there isn't a need for Afrikaans, we can save some time on the Afrikaans translation and then just move on to the other languages.
Proposal on the floor? Yes, sir. We want this thing to be on record, please. The roving mic need to go to a community member. Wangathi anikho flexible.
Awunomunye wakho ngapha ngazwe.
Hey, uhamba kancane baba. Hey, ne?
Thank you, Chair. My name once more, I'm Regile Maimele. I like to second that constructive move to say, indeed, you have asked the question before. So can we just proceed, because we see that the time is going to be chowed when we are going to engage. So if there is a need, so be it. But I don't think all the interpreters, surely they need to interpret. Thank you very much.
No, we need to know, so we don't want to deny the opportunity for people. So we want to know which language. You must say this here, this language. I will note you, madam.
Okay.
Yourself here?
Chair,
Yeah? Now I'm
still
just
on the
noting and noting, yeah?
I think, hence I've said, from the beginning, you asked that question and it was answered. One proposed said, or this, the request was Sesotho and Sipedi, and there was none of, there was also English, and yes. So those, they were the one which you chairperson, you asked, and they were proposed and seconded about that one. So I think we are still going back to rhetoric.
No.
Thank you.
So remember, if the person says Sesotho and Sepedi, you want the Sesotho and Sepedi to be translated, or you need one translation on Sesotho, on Sepedi, then the Sotho will understand. Yeah. Okay. On Zulu and Xhosa, what do you prefer?
No, in terms of way forward, I think we need to cluster English and Afrikaans, Zulu and Xhosa, Sepedi, Setswana, and Sotho, because we are linking to each other in terms of understanding. So that is my input.
Yeah, madam, you had your hand up. And I noted you, and I noted you, and I noted you, and I noted you.
Good day, very respectfully. There is a need for English, and I am very concerned that in an effort to finish on time, there might be a squashing of very important information, and I'm hoping we can avoid a situation like that, please. Thank you.
So you prefer English, okay? Which the presenter is doing it on English.
Sanbonani Chair. My take is that English is correct. Then we can deal ngeSizulu and also deal ngeSepedi. There's no need for Afrikaans. Thank you.
Yourself. Can you give the mic here? Here.
I was checking, is it possible maybe those who need maybe Zulu translation?
I want to second the proposal, maybe just the language, there's no need.
Sorry?
I'm just correcting, there's no need for Afrikaans as I second. Just to say, we go for English, and then more the Tswana, Sotho, and Sepedi, we take one. We should be, Zulu, I think, is the dominant language here. And then more, mostly Zulu, Xhosa, and Venda, and Shangana, I think Zulu will be perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we go for those three, I think will cover most of us.
There's no competition of languages, please. Can you please, no, madam, you make your contribution. Next one, please.
Sawubona sihlalo. Ngiyacabanga ukuze sikhona ukusheshsha siqede. Sizophinda into eyodwa la. Nayo lesiyenzayo ukuthatha isikhathi futhi. Isinguni uzigroupa kuba into eyodwa. IsiZulu neSixhosa isinguni leso. Uzigroupa into eyodwa. NesiNdebele. Angithi vele bese ngiyekutranslator yasikwaga njengami.
Yes.
Then bese uthatha isiSuthu Pedi Tswana uzigroupa ziba into eyodwa. Uthatha because kuneSivenda uyasifaka naso.
singathi any language because angeke sithi akutranslatewe ngesilungu, ibhili ibhalwe ngesilungu. Then sebangavela ke abahomusha lesi sesibhunu. If bayadinga lo kodwa isibhunu nesilungu ziyasondelana nazo. Izobalula ngaleyo ndlela sihlala. NguPatrick Werikwa kaMahlangu. Ngiyabonga.
I think, oh, wait. No, can you please wait, Bagit? No, I've noted you. Please. You don't demand a mic. As I said, there's a proposal here. English is being presented by the presenter from the department, and the bill is written in English. We are clear there. Number two, we are going to have Nguni. Nguni is covering Ndebele, Zulu, Xhosa. Do you agree? We have one translator. Yes. So, Sabo. Then we are going to have Sotho. There's a North Sotho, South Sotho, Setswana. We'll have one translator. Yes. Preferable Spade. Yes. Is it okay? Yes. Okay, one translator. Let's go now to there's a Xitsonga, Xivenda. We'll have one translator. Is it okay? Sorry. Okay, no, wait. Can I note you, please? Lalela, ninga kulum. Sizophuma la ngo-6 ntambama. Anasinayo mali lunch. Sizophuma ngo-6 ntambama if nikhuluma nonke. Okay. You wanted the mic. I'm giving the opportunity now. Niyabona nina ngithe phakamisana. Abanye sebakhulumile.
One.
Yeah, you may proceed.
No. I think, thank you, Chairperson. I think, Oba for ibegile je yakaca. The only thing now, as I understand, like you are saying, Uguti, is event and one, then sit learn. But the clustering, is writing a little like begging account. So Africans will be also catered. I'm representing Africans Africans Prada, but we are fine with an English.
Sorry, you are helping us?
Can we, sorry, hi Chair. Can I please make a suggestion? If we can get all the Afrikaans people together at the back.
Sorry, speak to the mic, please.
If we can get all the Afrikaans speaking people in a group at the back, we can do whisper interpreting for them. So we don't need to then speak after 5 minutes to everyone.
Please go to the corner,
We
they'll
can also
translate
do
to you.
We can also do that.
Yeah.
Is it fine? Can we do that?
Siyaqhubeka bakithi asekho isikhathi. Okay, kanjalo nje. Baba uzoyenza 4 clauses. Uzopresenta 4 clauses bese kuyatranslate. Siyabonga.
I'll also try and move faster because some of the clauses are self-explanatory. Clause number 3 provides for the monitoring of school attendance.
Please be quiet.
Yes.
Nicely, please.
Clause number 3 talks to school attendance. You will note that the school attendance normally is being monitored by teachers and the principal at the school. Now, this clause proposes that over and above the principal and the teachers, let us also draw in the SGB to be part of the team that monitors school attendance. Why is that so? Some of the learners who might not be regular at school, there could be a myriad of challenges that they are facing, and they might not be comfortable to engage with either the principal or the teachers. But they might look at the SGB as their parents, and they might feel comfortable to also engage with them in terms of their problems. Some of them might be suffering from bullies, some of them might be suffering from sexual abuse, some of them might be having some kind of problems at the level of the families, and they might not be able to necessarily be free to engage with any other person except members maybe of the SGB. And that will also assist in ensuring that learner dropout is managed at the level of schooling. Now we go to clause number 4. Clause number 4 provides for the intervention of the head of departments in the admission policies. Colleagues, you will know that the admission policy is normally being managed by the SGP at the level of schooling. And there's been a number of challenges in some schools. Now, what this bill proposes, the bill proposes that in the instances where there are challenges in the admission of learners, then the HOD, in consultation with the SGP, should try and mediate in that matter. There is no way where the HOD will take a unilateral decision on matters of admission. But it is proposed that in consultation with the SGPs, they must try and ensure that those issues are being resolved. The other issue, which is somehow also a thorny issue, the issue of language in education policy, the LIEP policy. Some schools use the policy to deny access on certain learners to schools. The access might be denied in terms of the language that is being offered at the school. The access might be denied on the basis of race and on the basis of performance. Now, this bill proposes that in the instance where there's a challenge in terms of the language policy, the HOD and the MEC must also be given an opportunity to engage with the language policy. But when that happens, it will not happen outside the participation of the SGPs themselves. Colleagues, what we should be noting that how does this impact in the schooling of our children is that other schools, you experience overflow of learners. Other schools, they might be having 60 or 70 learners in the classroom. In a school just 2 kilometers away, in the classroom, you find that there are only 30 or 40 learners. And in certain schools, that number is overflowing. The other challenge also is that you would find that some learners have to travel a long distance to go to school, while there's a school just next door, and that school cannot accommodate that learners, and language is being used to deny those learners access. You find that certain schools, they only offer English and Afrikaans. And when they offer English and Afrikaans, and within the surrounding in that area, there are families who speak Xhosa, who speak Zulu. Why can't such school introduce those languages to accommodate the families within that area? And it makes more learners to travel so much distance to access certain schools. That has got serious financial implication. If the radius at which the child has got to travel to another school covers about 7 kilometers, the government must take responsibility for transport. If the radius is less than 7 kilometers, the learner has got to travel those kilometers to school while there's a school next door. So the bill is trying to ensure that the issue of the right to education is accompanied by access to education. That is why this bill has been proposed. Clause number 5 of the bill provides to I've spoken about this. No? Let's now go to clause number 6. Clause number 6 seeks to amend section 6A of the SASA to empower the minister to appoint agencies or persons to advise the minister on matters of education, particularly on matters of curriculum. Colleagues, parents, you will note that the department has made a move in terms of addressing the issue of skills. And how has it made the move in terms of addressing the issue of skills? It has moved to addressing introducing new curriculum in the system. The curriculum such as your aviation, the curriculum such as your marine, the curriculum such as your agriculture, your curriculum such as your electrical technology, mechanical technology, civil engineering, civil technology, technical mathematics, and technical sciences. But when the minister looks within the system of education, the minister might not necessarily find people who have got those expertise that can be able to assist in the development of policies in respect to such curriculum. Now the minister is requesting that give me powers so that I can go to the army and request people with those expertise, because issues of aviation and marine, they are mostly found in the army. Allow me to go to universities and seek on those expertise. Allow me to go to those people who are doing homeschooling. Maybe even in homeschooling, you might find that there are people who've got expertise in terms of the curriculum that we want to introduce, so that the issue of skills within the country can be addressed. That's what the minister is proposing. I package this deliberately, colleagues and parents, with clause number 35. And I want you to allow me to deal with clause number 6 and also deal with clause number 35. Clause number 35 deals with the issue of homeschooling. The minister, supported by the Constitution, is in support of two parallel forms of education that can be implemented in the country. She's allowing that independent school, wherein the homeschooling falls under, could coexist with the public education system. It is her views that when those systems coexist, those systems will be able to basically support each other. However, the minister is saying, let us try and strengthen the delivery of homeschooling by understanding the curriculum that they are offering. But the minister is not saying, follow the CAPS curriculum. The minister says, you can follow any other curriculum, but that curriculum should not be inferior to the curriculum of this country. That's what he is saying. Why the minister is saying that? He is saying that because some of the homeschooling cannot sustain themselves. Some of those learners fall by the wayside and they come back to the mainstream education. And when they come back to the mainstream education, if their curriculum was inferior, the curriculum that was delivered to them, those learners struggle in the mainstream education. Now, that's what the minister is proposing. And the minister is saying the person or the people who can assess that curriculum should be the people who have been chosen by those parents. He does not want to dictate as to who should assess that curriculum. If you wanted to deliver the curriculum in your Arabic, then get an Arabic person to assess that curriculum. If you want the curriculum to be delivered in Hindu, get an assessor in Hindu that is going to give report to the minister in terms of the suitability of the curriculum. That is what the minister is only requesting. He's saying, let us strengthen the delivery of the homeschooling curriculum, because those learners who are going through homeschooling are learners that belongs to this country. So now, over and above that, we are saying some of those people who are doing homeschooling, they might be having certain expertise
And those expertise, you may find that the one who's delivering homeschooling has got expertise in engineering. And the system can still tap on that particular person to come and assist the development of the curriculum that is in line with the changing world of the 4IR. That is why the minister is encouraging that homeschooling should coexist. Homeschooling should be implemented in the country. Nowhere where the minister wants to take control of homeschooling. He's saying, let us strengthen homeschooling. Nowhere does it say he wants to take full responsibility of homeschooling. Let's go back to number 7. Clause number 7 seeks to amend Section 8 of SASA by providing that not only applicable provincial law, but also the Constitution. Whenever a policy in this country is developed, including the policies in schools, they must take heed that the Constitution of the country take precedence. Any document that is developed in respect to policy or regulation must take precedence in terms of the Constitution. Within the schooling system, the policy must also realize that it must also take into account that there is SASA, and that SASA must be respected. So whatever policy that we are developing must not be in violation of those two critical documents. That will be your Constitution and SASA within the schooling system. Clause number 8 talks about the seizure and search at a schooling level. Colleagues, you realize that some of our communities, there are social ills in our communities that migrate themselves into the schooling system. Some of the social ills, you see evidence of those social ills when some of our learners, they are carrying guns, they are carrying knives, they are all sorts of dangerous weapons to schools. And that is a threat to the safety of the school community as a whole. Now, the bill proposes that let individuals be searched, and also let a grouping of groupings in schools be searched, so that the school becomes a safe haven for everybody who is in the school. That is what the clause is proposing. Colleagues, there was clause 9, which was talking about alcohol in school. And I want to put it on record, Chairperson, that clause 9, because this consultation assists the government to align themselves with what the communities needs. Now, clause number 9, by and large, was rejected in most of the hearings that we went to. And this clause has been completely removed. So there's no discussion around issues of alcohol, because that law is not there. Thank you. Thank you. Can we take a break, Chair?
Thank you very much. Now is the opportunity for the translation to proceed. Shall I start? Ngobaba ukhuluma isiZulu. Or I'll start with yourself, madam. Uphi lo baba ukhuluma isiZulu?
Nangu. Uma ubheka umshwana lesikhuluma ngayo njoba sikhuluma ngalomthetho sivivinywa ohlongozwayo, ukubhaliswa noma ukwamukelwa kwabafundi nokuya kwabo esikoleni njoba kukhulunywa ngaye lapha na kumshwana wesithathu ukuthi kuyisendlalelo nemfuneko nqangi yesizwe esifundile, futhi ngaphezulu kwalokho ukubhaliswa nokwamukelwa kwabafundi kanye nokuya kwabo ngesikhathi nokwamukela kwabafundi kuqinisekisa ukuthi abafundi baya njalo esikoleni kuyizinto ezibalekile cishe ezigcizelelwa kakhulukazi lo mthetho sisekelo. Kuko lo mshwana wesithathu kuye kwaphawulwa ukuthi uthisha nhloko unomthwalo omkhulu ngoba kubonisa ukuthiwa ngemva kokuba eseyawathola umbiko ukuthi umfundi akazange aphumelele esikoleni, izathu azizwakali, kumele liphenywe lolo daba engakapheli amahora angaba ngu-24 ukuze kuqinisekiswe ukuthi lokhu akushoyo umfundi kuyiqiniso ngempela. Kodwa uma uyobheka laphayana kuloya mshwana wesine njoba ushiciyelwa kuhlanganise nesigaba lesi sesihlanu, kuboniswa ukuthi u-HOD kufanele abhekelele amaphuzu athile anqunyiwe lapho ecumbulula inqubomgomo yokwamukelwa kwabafundi noma isiphi isichibiyelo sayo. Ngaphezu kwalokho i-SGB kufanele ibuyekeze inqubomgomo yokwamukelwa kwabafundi ngesikhathi esithile noma ngaphansi kwemigomo ethile. Kwaphawulwa kuwo lo mshwana wesine uma ushicilelwa nesigaba sesihlanu ukuthi ngezinye izikhathi uthola ukuthi kunzima ngabafundi ukuthi baye esikoleni ngenxa yebanga elide. Mhlawumbe uma ngaba amakhilomitha ngaba 7 ukuya lapho, uhulumeni angakwazi ukuthi angenelele asize ukuze abantwana bakwazi ukuthi baye esikoleni. Uma uya kumshwana wesihlanu uhlanganise nesigaba lesi sesine, kukhulunywa lapha ngenqubo yohlelo ukuthi ukubhekelela lapho icubungula inqubomgomo yolimo noma isichibiyelo sayo, nakho lokho futhi kuye kwahlinzekiwa ngokufanayo nenqubomgomo yokwamukelwa kwabafundi i-SGB kufanele nayo ibuyekezwe inqubomgomo yolimi ngesikhathi esithile noma ngaphansi kwembandela ethile. Kanti umshwana futhi uphinde uhlinzekela ukuthi ngesikhathi sokuhanjiswa kwenqubomgomo zolimi kwi-HOD ukuze azigunyaze kanjalo nesikhathi okufanele u-HOD aphendule ngaso kwi-SAGB nakhona. Uma uhamba uyobheka futhi lapha umshwana wesine uchitshiyelwe kanye nesigaba lesi sesine. Umshwana wesine lona uhlosele ukuchibiyela isigaba sika 8 SASA nokuhlinzekwa ngokuthi i-SGB yesikole sikahulumeni kufanele yamukele indlela yokuziphatha yabafundi encike kumthetho sisekelo. ISASA kanye nanoma yimuphi umthetho wesifunda osasebenza noma osebenzayo. Uma uhamba uya laphayana kumshwana ka9 ushicilelwe nesigaba sesine lo okhuluma ngophuzo oludakayo ngenxa ukuthi kuya kwaba khona ukhilizisana okuthile uye wasuswa.
Artolo o translator ngspedi.
Go thomile go bolelwa ka go attendwa ga bana mo dikolong, gantši morero o ka fase ga taolo ya barutiši mmogo le principala. Mme go a bolelwa gape gore go bohlokwa gore le ba SGB le bona ba tsenyeletšwe. Mme lebaka la seo ke gore ge e le gore o hwetša e le gore moithutwana o na le mathata ao e leng gore nako e nngwe o hwetša e le gore o palela ke go rerišana le morutiši ka mathata ao, nako e nngwe wa kgona gore a boledišane leloko la SGB, mme ge seo se ka kgona gore se kgone go ka thuša baithutwana. Mme se se ka boa gape sa thuša le go laola goba go fokotša taba ya gore bana o hwetše le gore ba tlogela go tsena sekolo. Mme ra tsena mo go clause 4 eo e lego mabapi le go amogelwa ga baithutwana mo dikolong. mme molao kakanyo o ona o šišinya gore ge e le gore mohlomong go na le ditlhotlho mabapi le kamogelo ya baithutwana mo dikolong hlogo ya lefapha mmogo le ba SGB ba swanetše ba tsenelele go ka leka go ka thuša mabapi le seo mme taba ya leleme ke bothata bo bogolo bo e leng gore dikolo tše dingwe di šomiša leleme go ka ganetša baithutwana go tsena mo dikolong tša bona nako e nngwe ba šomiša lebala goba ba re aowa dimaraka tša ngwana ga di mo dumelele gore a tsene mo sekolong seo mme mo e leng gore go na le tlhohlo tša mohuta o le hlogo ya lefapha la tša thuto mmogo le ba SGB ba swanetše ba tsenelele mathateng a mohuta o go na le bothata goba seemo mo hwetšang e le gore dikolo tše dingwe di na le palo ya godimo ya baithutwana mola e le gore ko dikolong tše ding palo ya baithutwana e fase mme go ka leka gore go bane le tekatekano ke mo e leng gore hlogo ya lefapha mmogo le bona ba SGB ba swanetše gore ba tsenelele go ka leka go kgonthiša gore baithutwana ba bangwe ba kgona go amogelwa mo dikolong tše dingwe mme ge re tsena mo go clause 6 yona e nyaka go matlafatša tona ya tša thuto gore a bane le maatla a go ka kgona gore a kgone go ka thapa goba go šomiša ditsebi tšeo e leng gore di ka tla tša tlo thuša mo lefapheng la tša thuto mo dithutong tšeo e leng gore gantši o hwetša e le gore go bana le tlhaelelo ya barutiši e ka ba dithuto tša sona le engineering tša difofane jwalo le jwalo mme ge re tsena mo clause 35 yona e re tona mmogo le molaotheo e reng dikolo tšeo e leng gore di ikemetše di ka kgona go ka phela mmogo le dikolo tša mmušo mme di ka kgona gore di thekgane mme tona o re curriculum e nngwe le e nngwe eo e šomišwang go swana le mo e leng gore go na le ba dirago seo se bitšwang homeschooling curriculum eo ga ya tshwanela gore e be ya boleng ba fase go feta bo e leng gore ke ba thuto ya bohle mme batho ba e leng gore ba ruta yona homeschooling eo e swantse e be batho ba e leng gore ke ba maswanedi mme seo tona a se bolelago ga a re homeschooling e swanetše e phumulwe aowa ga ba lwantšhane le yona mme ge go hlabollwa policy eo e swanetše e sepelelane le molaotheo wa tša thuto mmogo le SASA mme ge re tsena mo go clause 8 yeo e bolelago ka search and seizure go setšhiwa ga baithutwana mmogo le go tšewa ga dibetša tšeo e leng gore ba ka ba di swere go swana le diretebatši jwalo le jwalo ka ge e le gore mo dikolong go itemogetšwe gore baithutwana ba tla le dibetša tšeo di lego kotsi tšeo e leng gore di bea maphelo a batho kotsing clause 9 yona ke bolelago ka madila gomme go thwe aowa yona ga re tlo ya hlahla ka gore e phumutšwe ga gona taba ya madila yeo e tlileng go ahlahliwa ka gore ga a sa dumeletšwe mo sekolong
Yeah, now we are done. Can we allow also further the presenter to proceed? Thank you. You may proceed.
Misconduct. Clause number 9 explains what misconduct is. In the beginning, The document was merely speaking about misconduct, but it was not spelling out what are the nature of serious misconduct and how those serious misconduct should be treated. So the document now begins to outline the kind of misconduct that the teachers and the school should look after on the part of the children, that on the part of the learners. I think that is straightforward. And then the clause number 10 speaks about corporal punishment. There are still schools that are meting out corporal punishment, and the issue of corporal punishment is unlawful in the country. We have certain pockets of our society are quite violent, and we cannot necessarily allow corporal punishment at the level of schooling to be meted out. What are the other reasons why corporal punishment should not be allowed? The department is by and large taken to court in terms of corporal punishment, and the department is incurring a loss in terms of those cases in respect to the meting out of corporal punishment by teachers. Now it is proposed here that please, let's move away from corporal punishment. Clause number 11 is straightforward. Clause number 11 deals with the initiation of learners. When learners move from primary schools to high schools, there's what we call initiation in those schools, where they are welcoming in a wrong way those type of learners, and to a certain extent, those welcoming amounts to bullying. And the bill is saying, let us try and stop that. And it also happened in boarding schools, in hostels, where learners are being wrongly welcomed and being bullied. And the bill is proposing that kind of practice, we should try and stop it as a department. The clause number 12 talks about the SGPs being given the powers to can designate their schools. What does that mean, parents? You would find that in one area in the school, in that vicinity, most of the schools are offering the same types of subjects. Let's take, for instance, Tembisa, where it is an industrialized area. Now, when it is an industrialized area, you may wish that the schools that are in Tembisa could deliver a curriculum that is relevant to the need of those particular industries. So that when learners have completed their schooling or their grade 12s and they intend to go to the world of work, they can be accommodated by those industries that are there. Now, what that begins to be saying, powers are now given to the SGPs, that the SGPs can now change the type of curriculum that is being delivered in that particular school. If the SGP wants to introduce marine, for instance, in that school, the SGP is given those powers. So the powers of managing schools are literally being given to the communities. Because what could happen? The circuit can come together and say, in this area, we are only providing subjects that addresses areas of humanities. There's no way where we are addressing issues of skills. Now let's designate certain schools so that we become diverse in the choices and give more choices for learners in terms of subject, so that our learners can also be accommodated by industry. This is now the powers that are being given to the SGPs in consultation with the MECs. And this will mediate the issue of skills shortage in the country. Clause number 13 simply talks about the measure of schools. There are schools that might be standing empty. You find that initially when the school was built,
the school was built to accommodate 1,000 learners, especially in rural areas. You find that that area where the school was built, the number of youth have migrated in areas where there's economic opportunities. And those schools now will remain white elephant. Now, the proposal is that let us match those schools that are not viable with schools that are viable. But when that matching is taking place, it should be in consultation with those communities. That decision cannot be unilaterally be done by the MEC or the HOD, but it should be done in consultation with the communities and the SGBs. Now, the bill also proposes that on clause number 14, central procurement, the bill proposes that let us advocate for central procurement of the LTSM, learning, teaching, and support material. And central procurement does not mean the procurement will be centralized in the office of the HOD. It doesn't say that. Central procurement simply means schools can come together and decide to buy in bulk. SECET can come together and encourage schools to buy in bulk. District can come together and encourage schools to buy in bulk. Why is such a move being proposed? This move is proposed on the basis of the economics of scale. If you buy in bulk, then the price of the product that you are buying can be reduced. And central procurement does not necessarily mean the HOD is now taking the powers of the SGBs, and the HOD wants to control the issue of procurement. Whatever procurement that is going to be taking place, it will be done in consultation with the SGBs of the schools. Clause number 14, it talks about the withdrawal of powers from SGBs on reasonable grounds. Colleagues, what does that mean? It simply means that there are SGBs that are not functional. There are schools that are collapsing because the SGBs are not necessarily functional. There are SGBs where there are schools where you find that there's a tension between management and governance. And that in some instances lead to the collapse of schools because SGBs are engine of schools. If the SGB is non-functional, there's a potential and the possibility that that school will be rendered unfunctional or dysfunctional. Now, the proposal here is that let us withdraw, let the HOD withdraw the powers of those SGBs until the SGBs can prove that they will be competent in delivering their functions. And it's not a permanent withdrawal of those powers. It's a temporary withdrawal so that the system finds a way to strengthen the functions of the SGBs. Clause number 16 talks about the co-opting of persons from outside the school. You may find that there's a school just within the community, and the school is not doing well in terms of the finances of the school. Now the bill proposes, if there's a community member who is skillful in terms of finances, or who is skillful in terms of issues of sport, co-opt that member of the community into the SGP so that the SGP can be strengthened. Clause number 18 talks about identifying special schools with a focus on a particular talent. Clause number 18 seeks to encourage school governing bodies to begin to identify talents that they want to introduce in particular schools, and let that be regulated, because this is done at an ad hoc basis, but let this be regulated to strengthen what the school is about. Clause number 19, it also wants to give powers to the SGPs to the HOD to dissolve SGPs that are not functional, or SGPs that have ceased to perform their functions maximally. So, but when this is done, the dissolving of the SGPs will also be done in consultation with the parents, because the parents are the ones that have elected the SGPs. So when those SGPs powers have been taken and they cease to exist in that school, the parents of that particular school will be consulted. Clause number 20 talks about the recusal of SGP members. There are instances, parents, where sitting members of our communities, they do not come to participate in the SGP because they've got interest of our children at heart. They come to participate in the SGP because they've got vested material interests. Now, when a school, for instance, is supposed to build toilets, and there's a tender process that is taking place, such an individual with interest must recuse himself from such a meeting, so that the process should become fair and transparent. It is for this reason that you find some of the school buildings in our schools, they are substandard, because the expertise, the people have been given those roles to ensure that they build those schools. The determination of such a person is made through the proximity of the relationship between the SGP and that particular person, because there will be material gains. Yes. The other one, in the appointment of teachers as well. Such people, if you've got an interest and you know that your family member is part of those candidates who are supposed to be interviewed, please, the bill requests that recuse yourself, because we are conflicted. Thank you.
Sorry to disrupt you on that terrific flow. One, I'm advised to announce the following, that the car registration number JV05LF to please move where they're parked, and also the registration number is also JX31LY. Another one D284CD GP HTR97FS Nalza Free State. JX21RV, I'm sure is Gauteng. And the other one is NCESH GP, please go and consult security outside because you're not parked at the correct place. Another one is WZJ 820 GP. It's RAFO. Can you please go and move your cars? I'm sorry to disrupt your flow because it was very important. You will stop at 6 after you've done 6 clauses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, clause number 21 talks about the remuneration. There was a proposal that SGP members should be remunerated. Now, the clause proposes that we cannot encourage SGP members to be remunerated because the state cannot afford. However, when SGP members uses maybe their transport to come to meetings, then SGP members needs to be reimbursed what they have used when they come and do duties for the SGPs. Participating in SGPs is voluntarily, is plowing back to the communities and to bring stability within our communities. Because once a school is stable, obviously the stability of our communities might also be influenced. However, if the state has got to remunerate members of the SGPs, can you imagine how many members of SGPs are there in the country? Would that move be an affordable move? The clause number 22 talks about giving the minister powers to determine the dates of the elections of the SGP members. Because currently, the determination of the election of SGP members is done by the MECs. And the minister is proposing that let us have uniformity in the country. When elections of SGPs, like it is going to be taking place now in March, happens, let's have a uniform approach where the country will now be focusing on SGPs elections. That should not be determined by the MECs, but let it be determined by the minister so that there will be uniformity. Chairperson, I think I've done up to 6, and I stop here.
I would like to acknowledge all the public representatives, the councillors, the honorable members of legislature and parliament. Honorable member, and also our district directors. So it's important that now we can start with the translation in that order. Nguni, then the other, yeah. In that sequence, please.
Uma ubheka umshwana weshumi ushicilelwa kwesigaba seshumi uhlose ukuchibiyela isigaba seshumi sesasa ngokwelula ukuvinjelwa kokujeziswa ngokushaywa okwenziwa kubafundi kuba kubandakanye phakathi kwesikhathi sokwenziwa komcimbi wesikole noma ehostela elihlala abafundi besikole. Ngakho lesichibiyelo sibalekile ukuvala igebe elikhona. Kodwa uma uhlanganisa umshwana 11 uchitshiyelwa kwesigaba seshumi A, umshwana 11 uhlosele ukuchibiyela isigaba 10A sesasa ngokwelula ukuvinjelwa kwemicimbi yokusoka ukuba nokubandakanywa kanye nesikhathi esiphakathi nomcimbi wesikole ngokufanayo nokujeziswa ngokushaya. Lesichibiyelo lesi sihlosele ukuvala igebe elikhona kuwo lomthetho. Kanti umshwana 12 uma uchitshiyelwa kwesigaba sika 12 umshwana 12 uhlosela ukuchibiyela isigaba 12 SASA ngokuhlinzeka ngokuthi SGB yesikole sikahulumeni ingakwazi ukufaka isicelo ku-MEC ukuba siqokwe njengesikole sikahulumeni esinenjonglongozela ekhethekile yethalente. Kanti u-HOD naye angakwazi ukuhlonza isikole sikahulumeni ukuba siqokwe kanjalo futhi angakwazi ukwenza isincomo ku-MEC maqondana nalokho. Kanti no-MEC angakwazi ukuqoka isikole sikahulumeni uma lokho kuzobhekelela ezomthetho zesifundazwe phambili futhi uma isikole siyithobela imigomo nemibandela enqunywe ngungqongqoshe. Kanti uma uqhubeka usibheka lo mshwana lona ka12 ubosubonisa ukuthi injongo yalomthetho kuukuthi kube khona ukuhambisana okuhle esikoleni. Umshwana lona ka13 uma uchutshelwa nesigaba sika 12A izindlela zokuxhumana nezinhlangothi ezinentshisekelo maqondana nalokho kuhlanganiswa nazo zicaciselwa futhi nesikhathi ezimisiwe kufanele uma uMSC athatha izinyathelo ngazo ziveziwe. Umhlinzeko wenziwe esimeni lapho MEC ehluleka khona ukuthatha isinyathelo ngesikhathi ezimisiwe futhi eminye imininingwane yenqubo kusebenza okumele ilandelwe ngu-MEC kanye nama-SGB athintekayo iveziwe. Umshwana uphinde uhlinzeke ngokuthi inhlanganisela yezikole ngeke ithikamezeke. Icala la noma imuphi umuntu okumele aqondiswe ubugwegwe noma ashushiselwe ungasiphathi kahle ubugebengu noma icala. Uphinde futhi uhlinzekele ukulinganiswa noma ukujutshwa kabusha kwabasebenzi besikole esisha sikahulumeni. Ngaphezu kwalokho ngemuva kokuhlanganiswa kwezikole zikahulumeni ezimbili noma ezingaphezulu isikole esibunjwe kabusha sizoqhubeka nazo zonke izinhlelo zezemfundo bezinikezelwa izikole zikahulumeni zangaphambili. Kanti kukhona nesimiselo esenziwe sokubuswa nokuphathwa kwesikole esisha sikahulumeni. Uma ubheka umshwana 14 ukuchitshiyelwa kwesigaba 21 umshwana 14 uhlosela ukuchibiyela kwesigaba 21 SASA unikeza uHOD amandla okwazi ukuthenga ndawonye izinsiza kusebenza ezihlonziwe zokusekela ukufunda nokufundisa ezikoleni zikahulumeni ngokuxoxisana neSGB futhi ngokusekelwa esetshenzisweni ngendlela efanele yezomnotho egculisayo nenempumelelo kwezimali zikahulumeni noma izimiso kanye namazinga afanayo. Lesi sichibiyelo sihlongozwe ukuze silethe ushintsho emazingeni ezomnotho. Uma ubheka umshwana 15 uchitshiyelwa kwesigaba 22 kuye kwavezwa ukuthi kunama SGB angasebenzi kahle. Lama SGB kumele baphucwe kwesikhashana lawo mandla. Kuye kwenziwa omunye umhlinzekelo kwezomthetho okufanele uHOD azithathe uma kukhona akwenzayo ngokwanele ukwenza umsebenzi ohoxisiwe noma imisebenzi isikhathi esithile esinqunyiwe. Umuntu oqokiwe kufanele abe namandla anele uqinisekisa ukuthi iSGB izokwazi esikhathini esizayo ukwenza imisebenzi ebihluleka ukuyenza ngaphambili. Umshwana uphinde ubhekelele amalungelo okuvota alabo bantu uphinde uhlinzekele inqubo yokudluliswa kwesinqumo. Uma ubheka umshwana 16 ukuchitshiyelwa kwesigaba 23 ngokwesigaba 23 SASA ngokushintshashintsha kwesigatshana sesithupha ukuba sihlinzeke ngokuthi abameleli be-SGB bangashintsha amalungu ngabantu abavela emphakathini kanye nalabo abavela ngaphandle kwasemphakathini ukuze basize SGB ekwenzeni imisebenzi yayo. Isichibiyelo sihlongozelwe ukuvumela SGB ukuba ikwazi ukushintsha ongoti emkhakheni ehlukahlukene ezimeni lapho labongoti bengathokolakali ngaphakathi emphakathini. Ngalendlela SGB ivumelekile ukukhetha amalungu anamakhono adingekayo avela ngaphandle kwasemphakathini lapho isikole sakhiwe khona ngaphandle kokushintsha isidingo sokuthi iningi lamalungu SGB kufanele kube abazali bezingane ezifunda kuleso sikole. Kanti uma ubheka umshwana 17 ukushicilelwa kwesigaba 24 ngokwesigaba 24 sesasa ngokushintshashintshana igama elithi ungqongqoshe wesifundazwe ngegama elithi ngqongqoshe kanye negama elithi usomqulu kahulumeni wesifundazwe ngegama elithi usomqulu kahulumeni maqondana nezinhlelo zokukhethwa kwamalungu SGB yesikole sikahulumeni ezinesidingo esikhethekile zemfundo. Njengamanje izifundazwe ngasinye sibhekana nalezi izindaba ngendlela yasekhethekile kanti lesichibiyelo sizoletha into efanayo phakathi kwezifundazwe zonkana. Uma ubuka umshwana 18 ukufaka kwesigaba 24A lesichibiyelo sibalekile ukuze kubhekwane negebe elikhona kwiSASA kanye nokuqinisekisa ukwenziwa kwento efanayo lapho kusungulwa izinhlaka zokuphatha zezikole zikahulumeni ezinenjolozelo ekhethekile yethalente. Kanti uma ubheka umshwana 19 ukukhishwa kwesigaba sika 25 kufakwa esinye isichibiyelo esihlongoziwe sidala ukuthi kube nokucaciseleka maqondana namandla ka-HOD wokuhlakaza i-SGB futhi ubeke ngokucacile izinqubo okumelwe zilandelwe lapho kuhlakazwa i-SGB. Kanti uma ubheka umshwana 20 ukukhishwa kwesigaba 26 kufakwe esinye lo mshwana uphinde uhlinzeke ngokuthi uma kwenzeke SGB iba nalo ulwazi lokuthi ilungu elikhona emhlanganweni linobudlelwane kumbe intshisekelo odabeni oludingidwayo. I-SGB ivumelekile ukusithatha isinqumo maqondana nalolu daba kuze kube lelo lungu liyahoxa emhlanganweni. Ngaphezu kwalokho umshwana uhlinzekela ukukhishwa kwesijeziso ngemva kokulandelwa kwenqubo efanele lapho ilungu le-SGB lephula izimiselo zesigaba. Isichibiyelo siphinde sisebenze komdini le-SGB kanye namalungu ekomiti. Incazelo yelungu lemndeni nayo isishuthekiwe kulomshwana lona walesi sigatshana. Uma ubheka umshwana 21 ukuchitshiyelwa kwesigaba 27 SASA isihlinzeka ngokuthi amalungu SGB awanalo ilungelo lokuholelwa ngokwenza imisebenzi yawo ngokwenza amagama athi noma ukuhambela imihlangano kanye nemicimbi yesikole. Lesi sichibiyelo sihlongozelwe nje ukucacisa udaba lwenkokhelo kuphela. Ngakho lana siyasizwa ukubona ukuthi lo msebenzi we-SGB umsebenzi wokuzithandela akumelanga umuntu alindele ukuthi uzothola imali ethile. Kanti umshwana 22 uchitshiyelwa kwesigaba 28 SASA ngokuthi esikhundleni samagama athi ilungu lomkhandlu weziphathimandla ngamafuphi esingathi uMEC kufakwe ungqongqoshe bese kuthi esikhundleni segama elithi usomqulu wesifundazwe kufakwe usomqulu mayelana namalungiselelo okukhethwa kwamalungu SGB esikole sikahulumeni futhi kususwe namagama athi nanoma yimuphi umthetho wesifundazwe osebuyosebenza kulokhu. Okwamanje isifundazwe ngasinye yisona esibhekene nokukhethwa kwamalungu SGB ngendlela ethandwa yisona futhi leso sichibiyelo sizokwenza ukuthi kuzo zonke izifundazwe kwenziwe izinto ngendlela efanayo.
Sorry, can I go to?
Okay, we may continue.
Molawana 9.
Sorry, before you do that, Honorable Dos Santos.
Sorry, just an announcement to remove a vehicle, Toyota RAV4, registration WZJ820GP. I repeat, WZJ820GP, a Toyota RAV4. If you can please remove your vehicle. Thank you.
Ra.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Katswela pele.
Molawana 9 o bua ka go sa itshware sentle. Pele o no sa tlhalosiwe gore fa go te motho ga itshwara sentle go bo go tewa eng. Jaanong gone jaanong molao ono o tlhalosa sentle tota le mokgwa wa go sa itshware sentle go go masisi go bo go ka eng le gore o tshwanetse gore go dirwe eng ka motho o sa itshwarang sentle. Molawana 10 o bua ka go corporal punishment kgotsa go itewa. Ra itse gore ga go ka fa molaong mo sekolong mme go lemogile gore dikarolo dingwe tsa merafe kwa dikolong tsa teng ba santse ba itabana kwa sekolong. Jaanong goreng go sa tshwanela ke ka ntlha go bo lefapha le fitlheletse gore le latlhegetswe ke dikgetsi di le dintsi kwa kgotlatshekelo fa ba isiwa ka ntlha go bo ngwana a ne a itewa kwa sekolong. Ka jalo ga go a letlelelwa ga go ka fa molaong gore ngwana a itewe kwa sekolong. Molawana 11 o bua ka go initiation ya baithuti go ba tsenya mo sekolong go ba tshwara go lemogile gore fa bana ba tswa kwa sekolong sa primary mme ba kwa sekolong se segolwane ba ya mo go tsone borwa jo bo ntseng jalo segolo jang kwa dikolong tsa boarding mo go le di-hostel. So seo molao wa 11 o gatelela gore ntlha eno e tshwanetse gore e emisiwe. Molawana 12 o bua ona SGB dithata mme di SGB di tshwanetse gore di buisane le MEC malebana le gore ba tle ba tlhome sekolo kgotsa ba laole gore sekolo seno sa go nna sa mofuta ofe le dithutego ya go nna difeng. E ka sekai fa o leba tikologo ya Tembisa o tla lemoga gore go na le madirelo a le mantsi ka jalo ka sekai dikolo tse le gore dikologile Tembisa e kana dikolo tse di tlhoma mogopolo mo dithutegong tsa madirelo mme dithata di tlabe di neilwe ke SGB gore di ka fetola curriculum go tsamaisana le ditlhoko tsa tikologo e ba le mo go yone. Molawana 13 o bua ka go leba bogolo le baithuti ba ile gore ba mo sekolong. O tla lemoga gore dikolo di le dintsi segolo jang ko metseselegaeng ga di tlhole di na le baithuti ba le bantsi le fa go ntse jalo fa sekolo se ne se agiwa go ne go lebile palo e leng teng mo karolong eo mme ka ntlha ya go fuduga ga batho go bona mafulo a matala dikolo tse ntseng jalo di felela di le loleya di sena batho ka jalo go akantshiwa gore dikolo dingwe di ka ne di a kopangwa e le gore di ka dirisiwa botoka le dikago tseo tse le gore ga di tlhole e le dikolo di ka dirisiwa ka tsela e molemo. Fa go tloa mo 14 ke malebana le ditheko tshenkelo ya ditheko kgotsa procurement mono go kgothalediwa gore dikolo kgotsa dikgaolo ditikologo di ka kopana mmogo go reka ba le mmogo ba reke ka bulk ka gonne fa o reka ka bulk o tota wa ba o somarela le go boloka madi ka jalo HOD ke ena yo le gore o tlile go dira o tlile go na le dithata tsa go dira jalo mme gone a buisana le SGB molawana 15 o bua ka go gogela morago dithata tsa SGB go ikaegile ka maemo a utlwalang ka gonne go lemogile gore di SGB dingwe ga di tlhole di bereka mme fa SGB e sa bereke sentle seno se dira go sekolo ka kakaretso se se sa bereka sentle ka jalo fa dithata di gogelwa morago ka nakwana tsa SGB seno se ka thusa gore SGB e ne le nako ya go nonotsha matla yone 16 e bua ka co-opt ya batho ka mafoko a mangwe go tlisa batho ba le gore ba kwa ntle ga sekolo ba ile gore bana le buitsanape jo bo rileng go nna karolo ya SGB ka gonne bana le buitsanape talente kgotsa dithutego tse di rileng 17 e bua ka dikolo tsa tse le gore di na le ditlhokego tse di kgethegileng di special needs school mme 18 molawana 18 o bua ka gore dikolo tse le go di na le dithutego tse di tlhomile mogopolo mo karolong e rileng ya buitsanape di tshwanetse gore di tle di laolwe ka tsela e matshwanedi molawana 19 o bua ka gore HOD a ka kgona go na le dithata tsa go fokotsa kgotsa go fedisa di SGB tse le gore ga di dire sentle mme seo se tshwanetse go se dirwe ka kgolagano le batsadi molawana 20 o bua ka fa ile gore leloko la SGB le na le dikgatlego tse di rileng mo tshenkelong ya ditheko e le gore e teng ka sekai go agwe ga toilete kgotsa ga di-toilete kgotsa ditsamaiso tsa tendera SGB yono o tshwanetse gore a ikgogele morago mo dikopanong tse ntseng jalo kgotsa fa ile gore go na le mongwe yo le gore o tlile go tlhomiwa go nna teachere mme ba santse ba sekaseka kgang ya gagwe mme go lemoga gore motho ntlhopheng yo ke kwa losika la SGB leloko leno la SGB le tshwanetse go ikgogele morago mo dikopanong tse ntseng jalo 21 molawana 21 o bua ka go duela di SGB mo molaong ono go tlhalosiwa gore seno se ka se kgonege gore SGB maloko a SGB a duelwe ka ntlha go bo puso ga ena madi a ntseng jalo gape SGB go na le leloko la SGB go dira ka go ithaopa mme gone fa ile go leloko la SGB le dirisitse ditshenyegelo tsa gagwe ka ntlha mabaka a ditiro tsa SGB sekolo le puso di ka kgona go mo thusa go busetsa madi ao 22 molawana 22 ona tona dithata tsa go dira tshwetso malebana le matlha a go tlhophiwa di SGB gone jaanong ke MEC yo le gore o na le dithata mo porofenseng o le nngwe jaanong o lemoga gore diporofense ka go farologana di na le matlha a farologaneng a ditlhopho tsa di SGB mme fa tona e ne le dithata tseno seno se dira gore mo nageng yotlhe go kgone go na le ditlhopho di le dingwe go na le ba nne sopo sengwe fa go tlhophiwa di SGB.
Thank you very much on that regard. I saw you raise your hand. You want to say something? Okay. Let's proceed and allow the presenter to proceed with the 6th section of the Act. Yeah. Of the Act. Yeah.
Sorry, thank you. Clause number 23 is intended to discourage teachers from serving as chairperson of the finance committee in schools. However, it does encourage a parent component to serve as a chairperson of a finance committee at school. Clause number 24, we know that at the level of schooling, especially in high school, not necessarily in primary school, there's what we call RCL, Representative of Council of Learners. They participate in matters of schools. However, these laws seek to advise the education system that learners, whilst they can participate in matters of schools, there are certain areas where they need to respect, like the appointment of teachers. They should not sit in the process of interviews where teachers are supposed to be appointed, because teachers remain their seniors. That's what this law is proposing, simply, that members of the RCL, in instances where interviews for teachers are conducted, they must be excused from that process. The issue of the closure of schools is almost more similar at clause number 25. The issue of the closure of schools is almost more similar like the merger of schools. That whenever the schools are to be closed, the MEC must make sure that there's a broader consultation that he conducts with the communities before such schools could be recommended for closure. The other issue that clause number 26 proposes is that in an instance where a school wants to enter into a lease agreement or loan or overdraft, that must be done also in consultation with the MEC. The school should not necessarily commit to that without consulting with the MECs. Clause number 27, it's mere technicality where the word direction is going to be substituted with directive. That is merely a technicality here. We now move to, we now move to clause number 28, Chair, that talks about the budget of school, that the budget of the school must be made available to the parents at all times before it could be presented to the general meeting of the parents. What is the importance of doing that, parents? The importance of doing that is to inform parents in respect to the status of the school. If the school wants to increase the school fees, then the parents must know beforehand what is the purpose of increasing the school fees, so that the parents could also have an interest and also have an input in such a move. Then the other issue, it's the declaration. Clause number 28 talks about the declaration of teachers. If teachers are receiving remuneration outside what they are receiving in government, then teachers are encouraged to declare their remuneration. Clause number 30 talks about single parents that must submit documentation when applying for their learners in schools. However, those single parents, sometimes they come across challenges. The challenge is that one challenge that we could mention is that because you are a single parent, your child might be refused acceptance in a particular school. They would demand that the document of the other parents must be made available. Even when that particular parent, you may find that in instances, the parents are no longer an item. The child is being raised by the mother, or the child is being raised by the father. But then you find certain schools forcing the single parents to have access
to the other documents of the particular parents where the relationship no longer exists, and that has got an impact in the schooling of the child, because that might also delay the child from attending school. Now, this proposal is saying, let the documents that have been submitted by that single parent be sufficient, or a certain grace be given for that parents to get the other documents, but the child should not be refused his constitutional right of access to education. Clause number 31 is encouraging that schools must keep detailed records of their financial status. And statements should be given to parents. But those statements that are given to parents should not necessarily be audited statement at that time. The audited statement will be given during during the 18 months of the general meeting that is taking place. But in the meantime, an unaudited statement of the financial statement should be made accessible to the parents. Why is that important? It is important that the parents should not only, the intervention in terms if the school is experiencing financial misuse and abuse, the intervention must take place immediately. It should not wait for the 18 months, because the damage at that time could be huge. We are talking about instances where certain schools might be using funds. And clause number 32 is giving the HOD the power to bring the Auditor General on board in instances where there is a suspicion of financial misuse at the schools. The HOD should be empowered to appoint the Auditor General to go through the records and the financial statements of the school. Clause number 33, simple and straightforward, that there should be a heavy penalty for those schools that are operating unregistered independent school. There should be a heavy penalty that should be imposed to those schools. And clause number 34 seeks to give the MEC powers to scrutinize the independent school before they can be subsidized. The HOD must, the MEC must ensure that any independent school that applies for funding must be subjected to scrutiny before those those schools could be funded. Home education, we have spoken about it at length, and we're not going to go back. We have explained that the minister is for home education, but there are certain aspects that needs to be brought in to strengthen home education. Clause number 36 makes it an offense for any parents who submits false document so that the learner or the child could be exempted from paying school fees. So there should be a penalty for such practices. Clause number 37 is trying to ensure that whenever there's a dispute between the HOD, the SGB, or the MEC, there's a need that internal mechanism should be exhausted before the matter can be referred legally outside the system. Because what happens Most matters that are referred legally, the state has got to incur costs. Now the state is trying to say, let's try the mechanisms that are within the system first. Unless we have exhausted those mechanisms, then the matter can be referred outside the system. But let us not start outside. Clause number 38 seeks to address issues of liability of the department in an instances where, for instance, a school has undertaken a trip and something happens and the state is being held liable for such actions. Now, there should be a way that the state should be excluded from such liability. Clause number 39 is the issue of learner pregnancy. As it stands now, there is no legal document that assists our educators and the schools in terms of managing and assisting learners who are pregnant. The different schools manage learners who are pregnant very differently. And in some instances, those learners are being denied their right to be at school. In some instances, those learners are being expelled from school. Now the minister says, give me the powers to promulgate the law that will also assist uniformity in terms of the management of pregnant learners in schools. And this law, this proposal, in no way does it talk about abortion. In no way does it talk about abortion. Those learners don't get impregnated at school, they get impregnated outside school, and the minister says, whilst those learners come to school being pregnant, let us not dump them. They are part of the community, they are part of the society. Let's come up with mechanism as to how those kids can be assisted. Clause number 40 seeks to amend the preamble of SASA. Chair, I would like to request to stop here because the other clauses are technical clauses. How technical and why are they technical? Some clauses, some of these clauses, parents, you'll remember that the Department of Basic Education, before it became the Department of Basic Education, it was the Department, it was DOE, Department of Education, and that it was incorporating Department of Higher Education and Department of the functions of the Department of Basic Education. Now, some of the clauses are still speaking the language that suggests that the department has not split into two departments. For instance, there are areas where it talks about ABET, and ABET is no longer the function of the Department of Basic Education, but the function of higher education. So there are technicalities also in terms of the EEAs and PSAs. If there are challenges, we'll also be able to clarify those challenges if they are so raised. May I request a chair to stop here, and then the clause going down, we can clarify if there are issues that requires clarity. Thank you.
Andazi ndizofumana usisi othetha isiXhosa translate. If she was not ready, we can go back to Zulu. Uyivile summary ebuya ku-coordinator translators usisi pha emva. Assist with mic, please.
Yes, she did explain.
Uyivile nje?
that is-
Enkosi asiqhube.
Enkosi.
Le nto ebhela bhili kaloku.
Silento yokila komthetho. ezikolweni RCL ayimele ibe nanxaxheba imele ingabi iyo etyumba otishara okanye ibe khona kudliwanondlebe xa kuzoqeshwa utishara. Kwakhona ezikolweni kumele xa kufunwa i-loan kuconsultwe i-MCL ukuze bafumane imali eza kwenza izinto ezidingwa zisikolo. Kwakhona imali eyifunyanwe ezikolweni abazali bamele bayazi nemali efunwayo ngootishala bamele abazali bayazi lonto. Nemali efunwayo ebantwaneni bamele abazali bayazi lonto ukuze bazazi izathu sokuba izikolo sifune imali. Kwakhona isikolo kanye utishala bamele bazi ukuba lo mntwana ufundiswa kwesi sikolo unabazali abangaphi na. Xa eyobhalisa kuziswe amaxwebhu abalulekileyo okanye imfuneko kwaziwe ukuba lo mntana unyanyekelwa ngumzali omnye okanye ababini kusini na. Neengxelo zemali zonyaka zimele zaziwe ngabazali kuba okubalekile ukuze bazi abazali imali yenziwa ntoni ezikolweni. I-HOD inikiwe nayo lonto ukuze ijongane ukuba imali yenziwa ntoni okanye isetyenziswa njani na ezikolweni. Kwakhona izikolo ezingabhaliswanga zimele ziphendule ngalonto. Xa izikolo okanye abantwana ababhaliswe ngabazali bengayibhatalanga imali yesikolo bamele baphenduliswe abazali ngalonto. Kwakhona imeko yasesikoleni yobantwana abakhulelwayo imele inikelwe ingqalelo kuba abantwana abakhulelweyo bamele bathandwe bangagxothwa ezikolweni. Izikolo nazo ezithatha uhambo lukuya kuzikhupha imele yaziwe lonto kwimfundo kwiziko lemfundo ngoba kusenokwenzakala abantwana kodwa xa ingaziwayo lonto basenokuphendula otishala ngalonto.
Do you have a problem with the mic or you are done? You are done, eh? Oh, enkosi.
Re tla thoma mo karolo ya bo masomepedi tharo eo e bolelang gore barutiši ga ba tshwanela gore ba rotloetše gore ba be le karolo goba e be karolo ya di-SGB. Gomme karolwana e ya bo masomepedi nne yona e bolela e mabapi le phetošo ya karolo ya bo masometharopedi ya SASA mme yona e laola maemo a baithutwana mo go SGB gore ge e le gore mohlomongwe go bana le gore dikopano tša SGB di swarwe bona ba swantše ka ge e le gore ke ba banyane mo go ba e leng gore ba kgatha tema mo SGB ba swanetše ba tentšhe mo dikopanong tše itšego. Mme ya bo masomepedi-hlano yona e laola go tswalelwa ga dikolo mme e re molekgotla phetiši o swanetše a bane le dikopano a boledišane le batswadi mmogo le bakgathatema ba bangwe pele ga ge go ka tswalelwa dikolo. Mme karolo ya bo masomepedi-šupa yona e mabapi le go tsenyeletšwa ga mekgwa ya setekniki mabapi le go fetolwa ga karolo e ya bo 37 ya molao o laolago tša dikolo. Mme ya bo masomepedi seswai yona e bolela ka mokgwa o e re batswadi ba swantše ba tsebišwe pele ga nako ge e le gore mohlomongwe go na le magato a itšego a swanetšego a tšewe mabapi le dikolo ka ba mohlomong go oketšwa ga ditefelo tšeo e leng gore batswadi ba di lefelela bana ba bona batswadi ba swantše ba tsebišwe pele ga nako. Mme karolo ya masomepedi senyane yona e bolela gore barutiši ba swanetše ba seke ba ba le sephiri upša ba swanetše ba utolle megolo efe goba efe yeo ba ka bago ba e amogela ka ntle le megolo yeo ba e hwetšago go tšwa mo lefapheng la tša thuto. Mme karolo ya bo masometharo yona e bolela ka mokgwa o E re batswadi bao e leng gore ke motswadi a le tee a sena molekane yo e leng gore o tsenya ngwana wa gagwe sekolo o swanetše a abele sekolo dingwalwa tša maleba tšeo di hlokegago ge e le gore mohlomong o tsenya kgopelo ya gore ngwana wa gagwe a seke a lefela ditefelo tšeo e leng gore di a nyakega. Mme karolo ya bo masometharotee yona e bolela ka mokgwa o. E re SGB e swanetše e bane le dikgatišo goba direkoto tša tšhomišo ya mašeleng eo e leng gore e mabapi le sekolo le gona o swantše ba kgone gape le gore ba goge ditatamente tša tšhomišo ya mašeleng mo nakong yeo e itšego e lego nako yeo e leng gore e tla be e beilwe. Mme karolo ya masometharopedi yona e re hlogo ya lefapha o swanetše a matlafatšwe gore a kgone go ka ikgolaganya le mohlakiši pharephare e lego yena auditor general gore go gogiwe ditatamente goba direkoto tša mašeleng tša dikolo. Mme karolo ya masometharotharo yona e re dikolo tšeo e leng gore di šoma di se tša ngwadišwa di swanetše di lebane le kotlo yeo e leng gore e tloga e le godimo yeo e leng gore e tla ba hlokofatša. Mme karolo ya masometharo nne yona e re mo lekgotlaphethiši o swanetše a matlafatšwe gore goba o swanetše a kgone go matlafatša dikolo tšeo e leng gore di tsenya kgopelo ya thekgo ya tša mašeleng le gore dingwalwa tša tšona goba direkoto tša tšona tša mašeleng di swanetše di lekolwe. Mme karolo ya masometharo tshela yona e re motswadi wo e leng gore o tsenya kgopelo ya gore ngwana wa gagwe a seke a lefišwa ditefelo tšeo e leng gore di a dirwa dikolong ge a ka romela dingwalwa tšeo e leng gore di fošagetše ga di na nnete o swanetše a otliwe. Mme karolo ya bo masometharo šupa yona e bolela ka gore pele ga ge e le gore go ka ba le magato a ka ntle ao a ka tšeiwang go swanetše go fetšwe magato a ka mogare ao e leng gore a abiwa ke molao. Mohlomong ge e le gore mohlomongwe motho o na le pelaelo go swanetše a ngongorego ya gage a e dire ka tsela ya go ka fetša kabo yeo e lego gona yeo e leng gore ke ya magato ao e leng gore swantše a latele a ngongorego pele ga ge a ka kgetha gore a ye ka ntle. Mme karolo ya bo masometharo seswai yona e bolela gore mo e leng gore mohlomongwe ngwana a ka ikhwetša e le gore mohlomong o amega mo kotsing e le gore go na le goba o tšwile leeto la sekolo swantše go bane le tsela e itšeng yeo e leng gore sekolo goba lefapha le ka kgona gore le efoge go ka tšela magato a semolao. Mme karolo ya bo masometharo senyane yona e mabapi le bana ba ithweleng goba bao ba lego mmeleng gore ka nako tše dingwe bana ba mohuta o ba na le go kubiwa mo dikolong. Mme seo tona e se bolelang ke gore bana ba ga ba swanela gore ba ntšhiwe dikolong go swanetše go bane le tsela yeo e itšeng yeo e leng gore ba ka kgona go thušwa ka yona. Mme karolo ya bo masomenne yona e mabapi le go fetolwa ga preamble ya SASA. Tla fella mo ke a leboga.
Re lebogile because between Setswana and Sepedi we are taking one translator, as we said. I don't have to go back. Okay, we are now going to allow community members to make contribution. The first issue is that those that want to speak must raise their hands. And all the speakers must talk to section of the bill. If we relative to the section of the bill, I will stop that speaker. Because we want to remember the speaker when he was giving the context in the beginning. He was trying to say something that's not in the bill. If you raise something that's not in the bill, or that's not relative to the section in the bill, because I know some people want to come with context, but they'll be wasting our time. Each speaker, as I said, will be afforded 3 minutes. If you are not happy with that, if you think you want to make extra contribution, you can do so in writing. Table will be waiting for you on my left back to consolidate those input. Now, I'm going to start with this row. This row. All of you that want to speak. And also here, you can raise your hands. All that want to speak, because we will give you one chance, because we believe if you want to speak, you must raise your hand. Now, it's your opportunity. I'll start with you, my good sir. Number 2 will be you. Please, team, note them, because any speaker that will attempt to speak with not having been noted will not be acceptable. Number 3 will be a cell-phone square shirt. Number 4 will be yourself, my good sir, on the black tracksuit. Number 5 will be yourself, madam, there, yeah. Number 7 will be yourself on the gray t-shirt or tracksuit. Number 7, it will be on the khaki jacket. Is it 7? 7, 8, okay. 8 on blue jacket. 9 on the white shirt and a tie. 10, I don't know whether it's black or gray. I have no, on red cap, yeah. 10, my good say there on the black jacket. I don't know whether it's black. Yeah. 12, madam on the blue, yeah. 13, my good say there on the blue again. No, I'm still noting. You raise your hand, madam. There, next to the, okay, lady on black top. That will be number what, 14, eh? 15, yourself on the white t-shirt. 16 on the black jacket. 17, it's okay. It's black too. You're also raising. Okay. 18, yourself on the blue. You're raising, oh yeah, it's a light blue jersey. And 20 on the navy blue jacket at the back. Yeah, no, don't help me to facilitate, please. 21, madam there, behind the translators. We have 22 here, 21, sorry. 21 this side. Please, this side, raise your hand, those that want to speak. Number 1 on the square jacket and blue shirt. My good sir on the, I don't know the color, sky blue or gray, I don't know. Your good self is dark navy. It's number 3, ne? Number 4 on the red, on the red color there. 4 on the gray, let me leave the color. Yourself, my good. 5, yeah, sorry. 6, your good self, yeah. 7, Madam, there on the specs. 8, it's brown jersey. 9, I don't know that color, you help me, but it's yourself, Madam, on the specs. 10 is brown top, yeah. 11 on the gray t-shirt. 12 on blue. 13, I think it's green, I'm not sure. 14, I see the black jersey and black. What's your number there? Sorry, I just missed it.
15.
15. Okay, 14. 15. Yours, 15. Yeah, black, yeah. 16.
Black and red.
Black and red is parrots, I think. 17. Black too. Number 18. No, it's not ginger cap. It's I don't know the color of your shirt, madam, my good man. Yeah. 19, white. 20 on the red cap there, okay. 20 on blue. Yourself, man, yeah. 21 on black. Yourself, say, yeah. Yours is white and many colors there. You'll be 21. 22? It's 22? Or 22, yeah. My good say, on black cap there, yourself, yeah. 23. 24, striped shirt there, yourself, yeah. Yeah. It's 20 what?
25, white shirt.
26,
25.
25, white shirt, 26, navy, oh. No, okay, I'll come to you at the back. This is your number 25. 26 on the navy blue, 27 on the gray, 28 navy blue again, 27, yourself, 29, sorry. Yeah, yourself at the back. Madam, I noted you already. I don't know why you're raising your hand. I noted you already. You can't repeat raising your hand. No, you can't raise on behalf of somebody. You can't do that. I passed this row already. Okay. That's number 30 on the other, yeah, black, yeah. Thank you. When you are left with 1 minute, we'll really intervene to caution you that you are left with 1 minute. You may proceed.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo. Ka lebitso ke nna Pusetso wa Hapetlele from Momo Ward 10. I'm an ANC member in good standing. The first thing I support this bill in totality. We support it. But the clauses, kita start from clause number 36, where if a person or a parent apply for an exemption from the payment of school fees. But if they give us false information, that will be an offense. So we really want to commend the department because of there's a problem where we see batswadi ba rena ba ntsha information e hore a se yona. So if we can caution that our parents must give a school information e le hore e proper and I mislead the school. Ka ho re ka rata ho lebohela ntho eo. And another clause e ke tlo buang ka yona ke clause number 37, where clause number 37 e bua ka dispute resolution, because a re batlo bona dikolo tsa rena ho bana le mathata, but the SGB le di HOD di sa kgone ho lokisa mathata a ka mo hare ha sekolo. So if we know that there's a mechanism that we are dealing with inside the school where MEC or the SGB ba tla kgona ho exhaust all the necessary information, all the necessary discussion internal before re ya ko ntle resolve the issues tsa rona. So ke ya leboha ka yona eo. Ya mafello
1 minute left, please.
Oh, ya mafello ke clause number 39. E buang hore minister o batla ho regulator pregnancy ya bana ba rena ko dikolong. So because a re batla ho bona hore bana ba rena ba pregnant ko dikolong but ba kubiwa. So a re ska ba discriminating, minister e etse clause ya hore ba boela jwang ko dikolong, sekolo se ska ba kuba fela se ba tibele sekolong without exhausting any other matters that relates to what happened really ka pregnancy ya ngwana school. But the bill re a supporta, we support the bill in totality. Amanda.
Next speaker, your minutes were just almost finished. You were just, yeah.
Dumelang.
You must say your name, then you start.
Okay. My name is Jeanette Nomasonto Mugone. Nna ke o mong wa bodudi from Gauteng. As I'm standing here on behalf of the community that we are leading. Okay. Nna ke rata ho bua ka clause 2. E leng gore there's an issue ya ma grade R's gore ebe part ya ko sekolong. One, the grade R's tsa ko di private crashes, they pay tšhelete ngata, and at school is gonna be free for my grade R's. And le batho ba ithutetseng ECD, early childhood development, ba tla kgona ho patala ke department if that matter is finalized. So it's very important gore sekolo se yo thoma ka grade R, so that because of free education bana ba rona ba ye sekolong, those practitioners le bona ba kgona ho patala as teachers. Secondly, another one ke clause 4 ya di challenges tsa di acceptance tsa bana ko dikolong. You relocate o dula ko Beshley, there is a nearer school around you, but you can't send your child there because the language there is English Afrikaans, while your child is Sizulu and Sesotho. So they must accommodate those kids. So I agree this clause to say the bill, we support the bill. It lo thusa le gore bana ba rona ba kgone kena around mo ba dulang ko teng. Never mind gore ke English Afrikaans, they must add African languages as well. And clause 6, it's a mayang 35. Ke yona e ya minister ke tlogele because comrade to bless ka yona. Ke na le clause 16 and 21. Ya co-option ya di SGBs go shong gore tshwentse ba co-opt somebody with skills. And now I can ke rata go sponsor this to say when we go for SGBs elections, we need to get
1 minute left.
batho ba ileng gore ba na le those expertise, especially somebody o tsebang di finances, o tlo tsamayang a marketer to raise funds for the school, because high kopana le 16 ona le mo ba reng they need to be remunerated, and of which as a parent you volunteer to the school that ngwana hao attend ang ko teng. So how do la go gole they'll offer you only for transport, but if there is somebody go SGP
only those expertise, neka se be problem. So we are supporting this bill 100%. But then babang ba ileng gore they can't sponsor questions, but they've got the right chairperson to stand up and say we support the bill. Motho a emise letsogo
You
fela
are
to say
left with
I support.
1 minute. 1 second. Next speaker, please.
Kgotsong ka tlo. Ke tebotse yana. Okay. Okay, mine inile ko clause 3. Then school attendance is compulsory. Then yes, ke rata lo acknowledge ke lebohe msebetsi wa insita the definitions. And also hona mo ke rata just to be clear. Then since then the experience that I gained, yeah, exploitation, yeah, the clauses tsa rona or our book then arise from what we are debating now. Then section 28 and subsection 7. Then in terms of homeschooling, then I believe then it should be also transparent to say what this process is wrong, so that we manage ka tsela elen right since that ala hlalosa hore yes they do also color dia kopana homeschooling also le tse ding amang a mafapha a di department. Then okay ke leboya haholo ke na le submission. I support 100%. I know, I get lost soul. I'm still.
Thank you. Sanbonani.
You know, Ntagababa, I'm a Ntagababa, last na order. No lalela, no. Asna order. Wena uzokhuluma imbono yakho ngalesikhathi sikunikeza imic. Yakela abanye bakhulume because you know I was advised that to tell people this and that I'm being disruptive. As I said, if you don't talk to the section of the act, when they consolidate the bill, they will not consider those things because they will not be substantive in the bill. If we as khulumela nje uthi hey sifika late esikolweni njani njani, I'll khulumi with the section of the act. But I was advised that I must not disrupt you in that regard, so that you must speak your views. If you waste your 3 minutes, it's up to you. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga Mr. Chair. Ngiyayisupport iBill. I-concern yami one. Ukuthi la kuBill mangiyibheka yonke okanye ngiyibheka sinabantwana laba esithi masibabiza phecelezi sithi ama-slow learner okanye sithi ama-skills child laba bokuthi bona banamakhono ezandleni encwadini benza kancane kodwa la angiboni la ukuthi sibafake kuphi okanye bona sibasekela kuphi. So lapho inkinga yami isuke ibe lapho ukuthi kani bona sibavalela ngaphandle na ngoba la angiboni la sikhuluma ngabo ukuthi zona lezo ingane zethu sizipha liphi iqhaso lokuthi zikwazi ukuphumelela ngoba khona laba abaphiwe ezandleni abangaphiwanga ukuthi bona bafunde ngokwengqondo okanye basheshe eklasini ukufunda njengalaba abanye. Yiloko bengikhala ngako kuphela. Yona iBill cha ngiyayisupporta so bengicela ukuthi nabo sikwazi ukuthi sibabonelele kube khona la nabo sibafaka khona ukuthi nabo babe noxhaso njengabanye abantwana. Ngiyabonga.
And one thing I must say that if I find you trying to tell somebody what to say, I will remove you from the meeting. I'll be very harsh with those that want to have undue influence on the views of others. Omunye nomunye uzozikhulumela la, akuna coach ezomtshela ukuthi hey isho kanje. Thank you.
Sanmonani, my submission are on clause 2, amendment section 3. Grade R, I support it because it's a preparatory school for our kids, cause they can read and write and understand. And milestone yabantwana must be thoroughly observed grade this early learning, cause bazokona assista abantwana for this Elsin school. Abantwana they sit kulama grade alow, banga understand ama teachers whether they understand or not. So uthola umntwana kule late stage uma sebafika ku high school, our kids is then ila sebabona khona ukuthi they can understand bese babasa kule ikolo zama Elsin. And nenye into ezokhona ukuthi assista uma kufika kuma high school levels, uthole ukuthi umntwana sekaba under severe stress, uthole ukuthi akasakhona no concentrate esikoleni. It's a lack of yokufunda no understand because seka under kwi peer pressure yabanye abantwana abakhona ukuthi bafunde ba concentrate kwizinto zesikolo because of uswele foundation from kwi early learning. I think that will do ukuze sikwazi. And the most important thing, angithi grade R izoba kwi curriculum at its own. I think now, as parents, we must know ukuthi grade R, it starts at which age. So sikwazi ukuthi grade 1 angithi beka starta ku 7. So grade R, it will start at this age. So that must be also added as gui bill. So we curriculum says ukuthi grade R is age 6, then grade 1 is grade 7.
You have 1 minute
So it
left.
must be added. Thank you.
Please.
Sanbanani. I'm Vusa Maswati Masugu, representing MKLWV. Chairperson, ubaba beka facilitator. Ukhulume kahle. I support the bill with some of my comrades. But bengicela ukuthi sifake inyama kula mathambo. We are not xenophobic. Sicela ukuthi ni capacitate nama SGPs, HODs and principals. Let us be specific. Sibe a challenge the influx of foreigners in this country. At one stage, sipuna emaphepheni ukuthi there are SGPs that are headed by foreigners and they want to introduce foreign languages. Ngicela nje ukuthi njengoba le bill passes kube specific ukuthi and particular individual who's having an 081 or 83 ID will be entitled to partake in the affairs of our school children. Thank you.
Ngibuze, nizozishaya zonke izandla until the end. Now, if you are not going to do it, don't do it, please. Next speaker.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Patrick Eric Wagamashang, Provincial Secretary, United Front for School Governing Bodies. At first, Chair, Sabongi bill and we fully support it. With some of ama actually esizama ukuthi ngathi angalungiswa. One, sicela kungathiwa HOD uvela remove SGP. Makai inform to attempt so that they may appeal. That's number one. Number two, we cite, we act that speaks of admission. The latter speaker spoke of abantu abasuka ngaphandle. Can we allow the department, especially the principal and SGP, kuma asilame documents ukuthi bamikise a home affairs for verification because if fraud is saying we have a lot of fraudulent documents admit to asetshenziswa for admission. The issue of grade R schooling, it's a good move, we support it. And also with the issue ukuthi ne salary izothi ngqo kulabo thisha ba grade R because basebenza kanzima. But let this portfolio committee or uminister ngabuyi in few years time athi ufuna ukwenza grade RR no RRRR because sogcina sesinama pampas esikolweni. Let grade R be the start and the finish of it. Asafuna bo RRR because sogcina lethu umntwana una 2 years. And we are also
section of the bill.
we are also tempted to submit, but the presenter, it's a issue of EEA, I present now, but we are tempted to deal on EEA because it also affects. But because it was not presented, then we need to know what are we going to submit it in writing, or is going to be another session we are going to talk of EEA because it's also a part that affects us. I thank you.
No, thanks so much, Dumela. Kalibitso Keteboho Masenya, a member of a Democratic Alliance. We reject the bill. I want to talk to clause number 2, particularly 2.4.3. I was nearly persuaded by the presenter when he says that the HOD will not make unilateral decisions. It's going to be consultative. But when I delve deep into it, ke bona gore the HOD is given more powers, and the SGP have been taken, the powers have been taken away from the SGP, because if there's an impasse or conflict, the final say more kia HOD. So the SGP effectively will be useless. And if we check out also clause 15 and clause 19, where it talks about the withdrawal and dissolving of SGPs by HOD, it effectively gives a more excessive power to the HOD than to the SGP. Therefore, we reject the bill. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening, everyone. It's Tulani Ngongwane from Ward 83, Deputy Chair of the NC Youth League. I've just like to add on this clause that are here within this bill. If you could emphasize on conducting the induction within the governing body as we gone ahead on electing new governing body. It must, I propose that we can engage for the induction for new elected governing body so that this governing body, they can govern our school in a proper way. So that in terms of clause 31 to clause 34, the governing body must get educated within our finances so that the school will function in a proper way. So emphasizing of induction within the governing body, I think that's one of the things we need in this bill. And then number 2, the access of resources within the learners. I believe every public school have resources like computer, but students are struggling to access those resources. So hence it states on the clause 35, the home education. I wish we could put in the clause or a point within this clause that will be in favor for the children within the public school to access those resources within the public schools. And then the lastly.
Sorry, you have 1 minute left.
Okay. Lastly, the curriculum exercise within clause 35, home education. It looks like it's in favor of these private school or some of the children, those who can access those things. What about those who are needy? I wish the department could revisit that, and it's gonna be in favor to everyone, whether the children is in needy or is in public school or private school. It must favor everyone within the community. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Bongan Ntuli, and I don't affiliate to any political party. I am just a citizen of South Africa. Chair, I just want to first support this bill. Based on the amendments that I have read here, clause number 4, section 61, that the minister will be managing the pregnancy of learners. I think this clause is actually demystifying what has been spread around here. That one of the organizations, they said is ANC, is saying learners will be terminating pregnancy. So now this bill is clarifying that this bill is very, very progressive, and I don't know which party that has actually developed this bill, because it is very, very progressive, Chair. The second aspect, clause number 11, it's very, very progressive, actually by including the initiative activity that must be prohibited in schools. The third one, clause number 5, section 6. Ngicabanga ukuthi lena ke Chair izasisiza kakhulu le clause ngoba njengathi esingabelong kuma political party, that njengoba sinabantwana esifisa ukuthi baye ezikolweni lezi ebezakhelwe endaweni zabamhlophe, kodwa manje izasiza ukuthi kulezo kolo, ngoba sithola ukuthi abantwana bethu baningi bangabo 90%, kodwa uthola ukuthi ulimi lolu lwabantu abamhlophe olufana neAfrikaans luba luphoqelekile noma lucompulsory. Kodwa manje le bill ithi iSGB yiyo ezothatha i-decision ngale language policy. I think this bill is very, very progressive, Chair. Then I think is the second last section, section 3, compulsory of school attendance. We want to thank the organization that is leading this bill because of this section, Chair. The last one, clause number 35, section 46.
Your time is up.
Address bogus.
Time
Okay,
up,
thank you
Baba.
very much. Sengiyaqeda, Chair.
Uh-uh.
Sesiphelile isikhathi.
Baba, uhlala phansi.
Oh no, thank you very much. Okay.
Magit, iskhat, angithi unibonile at 1 minute left. Uyanibona honorable member. So when he says 1 minute left, summarize. And if le bofuna uyiqedelela ungayibhala uyilethele as agreed in my opening remarks. Yes, you may proceed, my good sir.
Oh, thank you, Sanbonan. My name is Thabo Mohoto. I want to support this bill at its entirety. Kakula, I want to speak to clause 39 to put more emphasis on the issue of the minister having the power to manage learner pregnancy in schools. Learner pregnancy in our schools is a very serious societal problems that teachers deal with every day. And educators, they don't have any tools or any management policy that regulates or controls learner pregnancy. And because of that, we educators found themselves in a lot of problems where they're at risk of being charged for misconduct, you know, if anything goes wrong there. So we are happy on that. Then also I wanted to put more emphasis on language policy. We are very happy about this language policy. In this democratic state, we still have Afrikaner school known as war schools and lower schools. Yet, a majority of the learners in those schools are Black African children from townships. The broader communities are not well represented in those schools. So we want a broader community to be represented so that a sense of culture, respect, and identity can be fostered in other cultures and races. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Thank you, good afternoon. My name's Nicole Rahn, I'm a councillor for the City of Johannesburg. I do not support this bill. I'm very concerned that we are sitting with over 18,000 submissions, written submissions on this bill already, of which so far of the 6,000 that have been analysed, the majority of them are outright saying that they're not happy with the bill, and that is public participation across the country. So, but
Please
more importantly,
represent yourself, please. I want to have you leave the majority.
then regarding a very big concern that I've experienced in my wards where I work in Ivory Park and Ebony Park, we have a severe lack of resources, a severe lack of teachers, and with the sheer number of children within classrooms. That has not been addressed with this bill, and I am concerned that we're changing things, but we're not addressing the underlying issues that we have. And then, most importantly, how are we going to be addressing the dropout rates from students that don't even get to matric because they've dropped out? Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chairperson, and
Say on
Dumela.
the blue, yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson, and Dumela Mbatswadi. I find it very difficult. Oh, my name is Mabekenyane Tamahana. I'm a PR councillor in the city of Ekurhuleni. I find very, very difficult to support this bill because you can see that the show is on the official, who is the HOD, and taking the powers of the SGB. Hence, my colleague was saying that 18 of submissions were submitted and none of those were addressed. Even here now, across the school, my son was injured at the school that has been that the ceiling has collapsed yesterday. And now this bill is not addressing the issues at the school, the infrastructure at the school. It's coming with something different, and it's taking all the powers of the SGB. Those SGB, I used to be SGB in many schools where my school are attending. But now, I'm so surprised that none of the SGB are standing up and opposing this bill, because the SGB are nominated by the parents, not by any other. So we are entrusted those families that will be representing our children at school. So I find it very difficult that the community will come and say that we're supporting this bill while we've got the challenge. I can take you now. The department is busy fixing up the problem that has happened in Umtambeka Primary School. Hence, we are talking about it. Then I cannot support this bill. Democratic Alliance is not supporting this bill. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Greetings, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Prudence Mavasa, and I reject this bill. It is concerning that we have run over an hour over time because we had to translate. I wonder how the classroom will look like when we have to translate every single lesson in 5 different languages, but that is not my submission. I reject the bill. In particular, I reject clause 25, 35, and 39. I ask that all early childhood development be added to the bill. I reject clause 25 because it allows the closure of public micro schools without MEC having given reasons for closing these schools. And as it says, in his sole discretion. If a primary school has 135 learners, it will not have given reasons. In deep rural areas, where there are much more than schools. They are a center of social interaction where our young people learn about their culture. Closed rural schools mean learners have to get up early at about 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning and are tired at school by the time that they get there and have to travel over dangerous roads with potholes and have less time with their family. Transport entrepreneurs work to close schools so that they can get the transport tender. Then later, when the business fails and run away, leaving learners with no way to get to school. Western Cape has placed a moratorium on school closures. SATU in the Western Cape also agrees with the stopping of the closure of schools. We call the moratorium of the schools
You have 1 minute left.
of closure in the province, and section 33 of subsection 4 must be removed from the bill. Also, I deeply reject clause 39, saying that as you have spoken so nicely about things that are not in the bill, intentions are not policy. It says any regulations, the regulations that you spoke about are not in the bill. Please include them if that is your intention. We have seen that teachers have impregnated learners in record numbers. So please, I reject the bill.
Sorry, my good sir, before you speak.
Okay.
The regulation happen after you have the bill passed. Then you have the regulation. So I thought I should clarify that issue. Proceed.
Good day, everyone. Thank you, sir. My name is Ernest. I'm a DA activist. As I heard, the purpose of the bill was to address the administrative concerns.
Kumele next to Mike sikuzwe kahle.
All right, I can start. The purpose of the bill was to address the administrative concern, which is the big lie, because the main reason is to strip off the power of the SGB, to disempower them, because the power and the authority is gonna lie on the HOD of the head of department of the provinces, which is the SGB, are the community members, are the teachers who know they have the best interest of those learners. Those are attending the schools in their community. Because if you it's centralism, because you give the certain individual organization the power to determine who must be admitted in the school, which language and which the policies. Somebody who's somewhere, who their child doesn't even attend those community schools, which is not acceptable. And another thing is it fails the legality because of the blended online learning, as the DA raised it before. When I'm talking the blended, I'm talking about the hybrids, both the learning and the interact learning, that we need to empower the schools, because our schools now are in a poor state. We have a poor quality of schools. 4 out of 5 learners of grade 4 are reading, not understanding what the meaning is. Which means, in my views, around 81%. Which is, we have a lot of challenges that those departments, basic departments, they need to sort them out than to manifesto the bill that is going to undermine the community, the whole citizen.
1 minute left.
Which is, we have bad infrastructures in our schools. We have poor quality education. We have the overcrowded. Yes. Then I think I'm done. You can laugh, but I've said something.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone.
sorry, don't.
Let's have some silence.
I want you to please not to disrupt the speaker on the floor. Thank you.
My name is Pastor Ziggy. I'm from hashtag Hope for South Africa. Just three things that I wanted to just share quickly. Clause 2 regarding grade R, incorporating that into the education, also the schools. Firstly, I think, at the age, the stages of the child that grows is very, very important. And I give an example. I took my child for assessment when he was about to go into grade 1, and I was told, let him go into grade R another year before he enters into grade 1, which was very, very beneficial because that caused him, to get into school at the right time. So that's very important. That's number one. And then secondly, with regards to the grade R that we want to implement into the schools, I don't know if we've taken into consideration the financial implications. I mean, this is going to cost billions. You're looking at, right now, we've got overcrowded schools for one. All right, our classrooms are full, which means you're going to have to build in another classroom for a grade R. And you're talking teachers, it's going to run into the billions to actually implement this. So I think it's going to be something that we really need to consider. And I think also right now, financially, the government is not in a position of doing that in terms of having billions to get all these schools catered for that. And then secondly, in clause 13, you spoke about merging the schools that are smaller. That also is going to be another financial implication because you're going to establish new schools, which is going to be more cost. I personally feel that the monies that we are looking at spending towards this is to upgrade our schools. Our schools are in a state right now, our toilets, some of the toilets don't work. I mean, you've seen the protests for parents that were protesting for bad quality of the infrastructure and whatever they have. My concern is if we look at upgrading and fixing up these schools, fixing up so that we can give our learners a wonderful place to go and educate themselves, that'll be really something that we can consider. And then also in clause 25, I think with closing down schools, the smaller schools that we're going to close down. Think of all, I think somebody mentioned that in terms of the transportation, that you're going to get these learners to go into a school that is going to be further than where they are. That also is going to be a problem. So that's the reason why I oppose that bill right now. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Bhuti from Hope for South Africa. I stand to oppose the said amendment to the said bill. I will, for time's sake, I will base my argument on specifically clause number 39. That speaks about one of the things that is referring to is child pregnancy or learner pregnancy. You see, the manner in which this was presented, it is perceived as if it's only talking about the policy on admission of pregnant learners. But if you go deeper into this clause or into this matter, you will realize that if you read it, you read the department's policy on management of learner pregnancy, you'll understand that there are certain clauses within that policy that are giving the right to decide whether to disclose pregnancy to the parents or not to the children. And it also deprived the teachers and the principals that opportunity to report to the parents about the child's pregnancies. Now, the danger here that will be faced with is that if a learner, because the policy says the learner must give consent of the pregnancy to be divulged. If a learner decides not to do that, it means a young child as young as 12 years old can opt not to tell the parents and also deprive the teachers that opportunity to disclose the pregnancy to the parents. So that means a learner can decide to do an abortion And that will deprive the parents the opportunity to can give the learner the support that they will have to give them, or even send them to better healthcare, to get them a better healthcare, or advise them otherwise. So I'm standing here to oppose that because one of the things
remaining.
Yes, one of the things that has been proven is that most of the pregnancies that are taking place in schools are perpetrated by the teachers in schools. Now that itself, it will then say, if a learner decides not to tell the parents, it will then leave the very same teachers to deal with this matter and keep it as a secret from the parents. So I'm opposing on those bases, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Next, please. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Terence Zedi, the president of Operation Tiba Nyaupe, which deals with substance and drug abuse. So I've realized that I've got a lot of clients in this house. I just want to raise issues on this bill and with total agreement. I'm in total agreement with it. I'm agreeing with the bill. And I just want to emphasize that the challenges are not only in the public school. And the private school has been left outside. In 30 years of democracy, it's a very disgrace to find that we have no language in private schools. And that's why our kids are fed wrong information, are get misled by the way we are seeing things here. And it's very important that in future, we must find white people speaking our language here. We can't be compromising for more than 30 years of democracy. Because language must be influenced from the schools. So those are the things that, no, I'm not rejecting, I'm in agreement with the bill. So those are the things that I think we need to work on in moving forward. So I support this bill. And I believe that many things has been tabulated here, has been even clarified. I thank you so much, Chair.
Next speaker, just behind the gentleman on the navy and the gray shirt. Yeah.
Sanbonan. Igama ulakhi Mukhale wase Ward 10. Urepresenta i-Neighborhood Watch. Ngithathe i-clause number 7. La ku-amenda khona lento le, i-SGB. We are lacking SGB because some of the people aba elected on the SGB, they are not well capacitated. And it's I'm in support of the bill. As it says, if SGB member is not fit enough to serve that particular SGB position, aga co-optwe, so that isikolo sizokwazi ukuthi siqhubekele phambili. Yingakho sizobona izikolo zethu kungathi aziqhubekele phambili. Nathi bazali asikhulumeni ngento esizibona esikolweni njengalesimo esenzeke la eMthambeka. We are always there. SGB is always there. Ngabe ixazulekile lenkinga before yenzeka. So I'm in support of the bill.
Madam there, please, behind. My good ma'am, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Rebecca Liebenberg. I am from Homeschooling in South Africa, a group that has been running for about 16 years. I'm going to refer to 16 amendments here, but focus on one or two, depending on how much time I have. I'd like to bring everyone's attention to Mr. Ndlebe's presentation to the Select Committee some weeks ago. He said that the driving force of this bill is the fact that our country is a signatory to global treaties which tend to promote economic, cultural, and social rights to people. He said that as members who signed the African Charter that focuses on the rights and welfares of children, that we must follow the very same principles. While Leave No Child Behind and Every Child Matters are very useful bumper slogans. They are meaningless in the face of education reform. In terms of what our South African constitution asks of us, we need South African solutions for South African challenges. The following list of clauses are implicated in this new kind of colonization we are watching. The clauses are 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 33, 35, 39, 41, 42, and 50. Clause 6 especially provides for extensive advancement of government cronyism and nepotism. If the minister is able to, and I'm quoting here from the government's own documents that were released in Western Cape, if the minister is able to appoint outside agencies, he or she will open up matters relating to a national curriculum statement and a national process and procedures for assessment of learner achievement. This is going to open us up to a conflict of interest for communities at provincial and district levels. The way this clause is written makes it one big loophole for the DBE and possibly any other arms of government to negatively impact local job opportunities.
1 minute remaining.
Thank
1
you.
minute.
I will quickly talk about clause 35. This is a copy and paste of the policy on home education, which was resoundly rejected by South Africans for a total of 6 years worth of vehement rejection. The policy and regulation is not researched and it is not based on community needs, which is what you are supposed to watch out for. The main problems with clause 35 is that it asks for permission to register before you can become legal. And this means that we are held hostage by the registration process. This is extortion. The DBE wants us to agree to an as yet undetermined set of parameters before they're going to allow us the right we already have to homeschool. Clause 35 must be removed and homeschooling needs to have proper negotiation with the DBE, please.
You're done, my good man. Thank you. Bye. Next. On the check jacket, please. It's your platform. We're done on this side.
Yeah. Yeah, but kupa or lindu melengebe. Skik about formal because of time. Skik about formal because of time. Lina laka kenaro nwaka sileme. Ke batla o bolela ka taba ya skills. Honestly speaking, Department of Education, they faded this country big time. And you are far behind. Because by this time, we're not supposed to be even introducing skills. We're supposed to be advancing skills to our children. No people from outside but because bankile advantage and lack of skills in our country. Ko dikolo ko primary gagolo le santse le change system hore bana kaofela ba santse ba rutiswe di skills kaofela and le ba developing even in terms of talent bona ba tla decide ga ba ya go pele hore ba tlogela hore ba tswela pele le tsona no bona ngwana matric wa mutshwarulo e tsang next year university ba tsebe because foundation ya bona go primary I see sharp. I mean, my first Colombia, America, better because why? They can identify the skills, they can identify talent from primary level. And next. End of the day, how to draw and level the structure of the locust. And yet, no one is and we're not teaching anything about Makunduan. Maybe you have to change the structure of the locust and teach them how to draw and level the structure of a Makunduan. Because even Bariking, Maspala, who say anal department, there are a lot that you need to change at the department. Kitlemotabaya corporal punishment. Banabalona, I think they are not serious. And we need to punish them. I think, for example, no,
One minute left.
But what in the and if the table never palla go kavena banababo. And about my teacher ke batswadi. And relo ral batle batswadi ba punisha bana. Go so rena batswadi le batle discipline. And if the tell you dumela bana gore ba shape ma teacher, mara dumela ba teacher ba shape bana.
Ge teacher a chapile bana ke headline news. Go na le ma teacher ba lemaditseng ke bana ba sekolo. And na department le ba koba ko sekolo le ba chapile bana. Bana ba dewe le gore ta no serious. Ke bona ba tsentse ba trapiwe on the serious note. When it comes to the issue of welcome ba illegal foreigners go dikolong, leona it must come an end. Because go tletse bana ba illegal foreigners, more especially in my area. Ba tsia bana ba bana from that country ba ba tlisa mo dikolong and la ba welcome. And if they tell re a gona le chelete ya short and the support bana ba illegal foreigners.
Nako e fedile. Next.
My name is
It's good
Mike
that I was asked
Mukonani.
not to interfere with the speakers to ask them as which section of the bill. It's good that I'm not doing that today. Thank you.
My
Proceed.
name is Mike Mukonani, representing FETSAS as the Deputy Provincial Manager. I stay in Gauteng. I'm going to touch on 4 clauses. Clause 4, Clause 5, Clause 14, and Clause 34. But I'm not going to deal with 4 and 5 now. I'll make a submission. Clause 14, procurement by the HOD on behalf of the schools. Just want to raise one point. If Section 20 schools are paying an exorbitant amount of money on products, it is going to be a problem. We are not going to get value for money. On Clause 34, where it is indicated that we must submit 2 reports, quarterly report, financial report, and the audited financial report. I'm saying the audited financial report which is submitted covers everything. Why do we want to duplicate? My submission is coming in and we do not have a problem with the rest of the bill. Those are the 4 sections that we've got challenges on. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Dumelang, thank you very much. My name is Regilan Maimele. I'm not going to waste time. I will request if maybe, perhaps if we can be given opportunity to.
Nakutse, because your voice is soft, speak closer to the mic.
Thank you. I hope you counted my seconds. Yeah, from clause 10, I suppose, up to clause 40, if possible. But firstly, I'd like to say we support from Contributor Hand in Education Association of School Governing Body, we support this BELA bill with these conditions. We say no and we reject more powers to the HOD. That is a no-no. And most of the things here, they are there in South African School Act 84 of 1996. So why do you want to duplicate or review the South African School Governing Body? Why do you fix it whereas it's not broken? So hence I'm saying from clause 10 up to 40, those that duplication, for example, withdrawal of the school governing body, that is an interference. Because why are you withdrawing what you did not deposit? Section 19 of South African School Act, it said it's a must for the MEC to capacitate the newly elected school governing board. That is not happening. But we are quick to jump into withdrawal. And you're saying the SGB, that problematic. There are some of these principles which are empty. They're not capacitated. They don't understand what is happening in governance. And you don't look at that. You are quick to run to the SGB because we are the soft targets. That is a problem. So hence we say we are 100% supporting this bill. But look at those things. I will give a lot of examples.
1 minute left.
Examples from the South African School Act again. We say in the South African School Act, Section 23, we are talking about the co-option with the voting rights, with no voting rights expertise. They are there in South African School Act, but now you're bringing them back again. You are duplicating in the clause. Why are you doing that? Why can't you just refer those things from the South African School Act? Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Chairperson, thank you very much. My name is Duncan Mangwali, known as Comrade King of Scotland. I'm from Nehau. I'm the chair of Nehau. Chairperson, I support the bill in totality with the following clauses 2, 3, and 4. I won't waste time because time is money and money is time. Clause 2 says, great art must be compulsory as from now onward. Therefore, I fully agree. And clause 3 says, educators, principal, and SGB must take care of learners in terms of absences from school. And in closing, it says, HOD must consult SGB in terms of the policy of language and admission because, Chairperson, please listen to me carefully, because most schools in Gauteng or nationally, they are actually not taking our children because of this policy. They're saying language policy of Afrikaans English only, which is actually is discriminatory. It's apartheid, Chairperson. Therefore, now we're living in a state of a country where there is a democracy in South Africa. Therefore, this policy of saying no more black children in other schools is utter nonsense. I thank you.
Let's mind our language. Let's proceed. Next one.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Obed Shovela. I'm fully the member of the African National Congress, and I am in totality supporting this bill. However, these laws should be consistent, and they must be strict as and when they are applied. For an example, there is a clause that is talking about homeschooling. You know, there are some groupings who are creating their institutions solely because they want to undermine our constitution. So there must be a strict regulation on those things. Another thing, there is a clause that says every person has got the right to be searched as and when they enter the school. But yet we see some horrible incidents of killings within the schools, horrible incidents of drugs within the schools. So I think there must be a strict measures. There must be a consistency based on that. Lastly, I want to say, I've been the SGB since the inception of my daughter from grade 8 until to grade 12. And there is nowhere, all along the decision making, we have been part of the decision making body in all aspects, including be it hiring of staff, infrastructure development, finance management, and other aspects. So what I want to indicate here.
Sorry, you have 1 minute.
What I want to indicate here, there is nowhere the SGB has been deprived powers within the school. So, lastly, I support and fully behind this amendment bill.
Thank you so much. My name is Albert Ndlovu from Contribute a Hand.
Talk closer to the mic.
My name is Albert Ndlovu from Contribute a Hand in Education School Governing Board. I have a concern on clause 14 on the centralization of procurement. We don't support that one because it attracts irregularities. What happens to school A, X must not happen to school A in terms of problem. Because when we centralize the procurement, you are centralizing all the problems of the schools. And especially, it also attracts the interest, the conflict of interest. That's where the withdrawal of functions comes in special when we allow this process to take place. I also touch it on the withdrawal of the function of the SGPs. It's a problem when we think about public representative versus public servant. You find that the public servant have upper hand than the public representative. So from all these which are being pronounced here, some of them are supporting the public servant instead of public representative. Thank you.
Sorry, before the next speaker speak, Councillor Orion, I don't know the names, I don't know you by names. You are blocking someone outside. Can you please go and move your car? Councillor Orion. Proceed, please. Next one.
My name is Tresta Kadiaka. I'm supporting the bill, clause 16, whereby SGP adopting community member. Into besloge sifuna le ukuthi community si adopte noma kungasi umzali ngoba kwi community kukhona abantu abaparticipate esikolweni beloke benganabantwana kwi community kukhona abantu abafuna ukuparticipate ezikolweni inkinga iba ukuthi abanaba abantwana lapha esikolweni. And then I'm amending the bill, clause 2 and 3, whereby it says children must go to school at the age of 7. I'm changing the kufanele baye esikolweni bena 6 because at the age of 7 sebabadala, even bena 6 years preschool sebabadala. Mina ngiya amenda ngithi abantwana mabaye esikolweni bena 6 years old ngoba ingane zamanje sikhula ngokukhulu ngokushesha. Kuna section 12 SGP given power can add language, can change curriculum. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi for the SGP, I think they must mix the youth and the adult. I'm thinking of all gogos because SGP is a community yabantu abanabantwana esikolweni. Most of them abogogo, abanye bakhulisa abantwana ongase ababo yebo abogogo.
Sorry, you have 1 minute left.
Okay. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi mabamixe kube ne-youth. I'm imagining ugogo webantu education whereby bathu mele i-SGP can change the curriculum. Ugogo webantu education akazi next nge-DBE. Thank you.
Siyayikhumbula United Nations. The United Nations as the multilateral body has agreed that the children at the age of 5, they can go to school. That is the United Nations. But the second thing, other countries are starting to teach their kids issues of coding, robotics, all sort of technology at the age of 5 going forward. So South Africa should not be left behind. But it is your view. I didn't want to disrupt you. I allowed you to speak your view so that I should not influence you. I'm just raising it after when you have spoken. Madam?
Sanibonani.
Yebo mama.
Igama lami nguThembisile Ngubeni.
Ngiphakama la to represent True Education homeschoolers. Ngiphakama noku rejecta i-bill, more especially because of clause number 35 and all the related definitions that relates to home education. We think that they come from a position of interest from the government, forgetting that home education is no longer embraced by the minority groups, but all of us as the Rainbow Nation, we are represented and we are home educated. We are doing what you call home education because the definitions that you put there, they are not favorable to the people that are doing home education. The group of true educators who are doing what you call home education believe in a philosophy of education that focuses on harmonious development of the child. A child is not merely assessed only on her physical stage, which is ready for the school. We focus on the harmonious development mentally, physically, spiritually, and socially. So that's what our education is based on. And more especially why we don't agree with the definition of your the person who is recognized to assess us. It is because for him or the assessor to be able to assess us needs to comply with our philosophy of education. We are homeschooling for a reason. So our philosophy is different from the national curriculum. It's a pity you say the national curriculum, we cannot discuss it here. But everything that entails home education, it is based on a national curriculum, and we are against that national curriculum. Hence, we are home education based on our convictions. And a person who has to assess according to what. I'm sorry. A minute.
No.
Okay, as homeschoolers, we reject the bill.
I still repeat, it's good that I was advised not to comment on the speakers because there's no philosophy in the section of the bill. Okay.
Afternoon. Protocol observed. Lutata Untomoti Dimkle, the deputy chairperson of the SGP at Pumlong Secondary School, and Hector Moshwan. Now I'm going to talk about clause number 2. Grade R to grade 4 learners. Egutwa as perform. Zifane longa perform just because aba bantwana bangena bebancinci esikolweni. Grade 4 yakwazi uadmithwa at 4.5. Grade R babheke phezulu. Xa befika pha grade 1 kunzima. Futhi akululanga kufuneka umntana abhale u-A akakwazi umntana ubhale u-A just because i-development ayikabikho. So ndiyayisapota laa nto ithi umntwana at grade 1 7 years strictly just because itishala ziyafa ngumsebenzi abakwazi ubhala abantwana at grade R. At grade 4 bafanele abantwana bangazinto just because oko bebefundiswa ngelanguage yabo enye and utishala wabo mnye. Ngoku basa grade 4 there are 6 teachers at a go. Abakwazi uperform abantwana uteacher we-geography ufuna incwadi yakhe, owe-maths ufuna incwadi yakhe, owe-ntondolo ufuna incwadi yakhe, bonke abatisha bafuna incwadi, abe-miserable umntwana aphambane fumanisa akasasifuni kwa esi sikolo. Mna bendisaje into yobana i-DPE from grade R ibe sisiXhosa, ibe English. I-life skills yabo ibe nge-English. I-maths yabo ibe nge-English. Just because it's not easy to change.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Amashumi amathathu anesithathu from Xhosa to English. Usaqala mntana areasonishe into eninzi. Okay? Ndigqithe apho. Ndiye phaa ku-clause 39. Ndiyambulela clause 6 for addition of agriculture. That's because without agriculture we are nothing as a nation. Abantwana mabafundiswe ukulima bese bancinci phaa esikolweni. Ku-right oko. Siyabonga. 39 i-pregnancy yabantwana besikolo. Bafanele abantwana uba pregnant just because bayayititshwa le nto esikolweni. So baneed practice. So phaa ku-clause number 3.2 lapho kulena absenteeism. Man bazalwane. Kulena absenteeism umntwana akekho esikolweni with no reason.
Enkosi mama, ngixesha limukile.
Lena pregnancy.
Enkosi. Next speaker, please.
Do you support or ngayisupport? Siyafile.
Niyabona ndizanikhupha nina ni-influence abanye abantu. Yeah. Yeah, continue. No. I didn't point you. I point you somebody there next to you. No. Sorry. I pointed the mother, not the daughter. Can the mother speak, please? No.
You pointed the daughter. You rejected the mother. No,
please speak. Please don't attempt. If I didn't give you authority, I won't allow you. Please do that. Can you sit down, please?
Good day, Chairperson. It is correct. My daughter would like to present. I believe
your daughter did not raise a hand. No. Can you please speak? She did after when I spoke to the latter. Can you please speak? Speak, madam. You want to help me to chair the
Motion to
meeting?
speak.
Please speak.
I am
No,
speaking.
I know what happened.
I would like to place on record, very respectfully, my daughter was
Can you make
given,
your own contribution, please? You are not here to represent your daughter.
I would like to place on
No,
record.
no, don't do it.
Point of order. Chairperson, point of order.
No. Can you make your contribution?
Chairperson, point of order.
No. Make your contribution.
Point of order.
Can you make your contribution?
Point
If
of
you
order.
don't want, I can proceed. Can you make your contribution?
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Make your contribution.
Chairperson.
If you don't want, Tabo.
Chairperson, I'm raising a point of order.
No.
Chairperson, I'm raising a point of order. A member of this committee is raising a point of order.
No. Tabo,
Chairperson, I'm raising a point of order.
I'm going to co-share with me.
Chairperson, I'm raising a point of order.
No. Tabo.
Chairperson, I'm raising a point of order. Chairperson, I'm raising a point of order. As a member of this committee, in terms of the committee rules...
sharing with me. What is the rule?
Point of order.
Okay.
Chairperson.
Can you keep quiet, please?
Chairperson.
You don't want to speak, madam.
I want to
speak.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
No, I gave you the opportunity. You are quiet.
No, because there's noise.
Okay.
Chair this meeting. I'm walking out.
Speak. If you want to walk out, you can do it. It's all right.
And then you don't have a quorum. Just remember who keeps the quorum here. Remember who keeps the quorum in these meetings.
To help you. We are
Don't force it. Ready? Sorry?
No.
Chairperson. So can I have, everyone, can I have a minute to speak? Chairperson, there was a raised hand by both the mother and the daughter. You identified the mother. The mother is asking that the daughter speak on behalf of the mother. I respectfully, but that she is.
okay. Why is she speaking better?
Because she's telling her to speak.
Okay. You want to forfeit your right for your daughter? Chairperson, I'm sorry. No, you know what happened? No, you don't understand. The daughter has raised the hand when I was there. You know, I saw both of them.
My daughter will speak. She will speak. I want to say something more. She will speak, but I want to place this on record, and then I will hand over. It's their problem. They must settle this. They must settle it. They must settle. She will speak. She will speak. They need to settle. They have to settle. I cannot hand this over without placing on record. I was given
Daughter to speak. Allow her to speak. Can you speak, please? Can you please speak?
May I please?
Yeah? No, if you want to go, you can go. Auri can leave here.
I would like to place on record. Chairperson has given me permission to speak. I hereby place on record. Thank you. My daughter requested permission of her own accord, and she was rightfully granted. When the opportunity arose, I had taken a decision for me to speak. At that point in time, I place on record right now, I was declined. If I am officially granted permission to speak, I would like a separate 3 minutes, independent of the voice of my child. I am done for now, on record. Thank you.
Good day, Chairperson, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arisha Singh. I am 13 years old. I want to thank you for the opportunity of presentation today. I 100% disagree with Clause 35, Section 1, 2, 4, and 12 of the BELA Bill. I reject the BELA Bill. A parent should never require permission from any government concerning the well-being of their own child, except in danger. Do not disguise bullying by calling it registration. Option: a corrupt policy and a corrupt bill, and a corrupted government can never succeed to regulate home education. By corrupt terms and conditions, I disagree 100% with the entire BELA bill because I am a free person who abides by the Constitution, and I do not need a timetable in order to be well educated. Home education can never be regulated as schooling at home. Thanks to my mom, who kept me safe and educated me at home, I am able to read, write, speak, and comprehend. As Kim Namjoon from BTS said, quote, "No matter who you are, where you're from, your skin color, your gender identity, just speak yourself. Find your name and find your voice by speaking yourself," unquote. Goodbye, BELA bill. Thank you, everyone.
Respectively, you are left with 1 minute. You
Thank
can
you,
proceed.
everyone.
The mother of the child can speak. The mother of the child can speak.
Okay. Good day, Chairperson, once again. Thank you for the opportunity. Good
Please
day.
put the mic next to your mouth so that we can hear you.
Good day, Chairperson, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I have a few words. And thank you for the opportunity. In summary, I reject the BELA bill in its entirety. I hereby state that the South African Schools Act remain unchanged categorically, and the BELA bill go back to the drawing board. It's too soon to become law. Homework hasn't been done. Thank you.
Next speaker. You may proceed, madam.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Lydia van der Walt. I'm a homeschooling mother. Kodwa angifikanga la ukuxabana nabantu. Bengisacela nje ukuthi sibambisane. Yebo, asivumi sonke ngalokho esishoyo, kodwa sidinga ukuxabana. Okunye angivumelani ne-clause 35 malana ne-homeschooling. Ngoba khona izinto yebo uma siyakhuluma ezwakala kahle kodwa egcineni kuphuma okunye bese ke khona into eninto engihlupha kakhulu. Small schools closing down is section 25. Bengisacela ukuthi sihlolisise lokho ngoba kakhulu eKZN naku Eastern Cape na Western Cape khona izikole ezincane manje abantwana bazodinga ukuhamba ibanga elide bahlala kwenye indawo kuye esikoleni noma kuyavala isikole. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngicela ukuveza nje ukuthi ngi-rejectable.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. I take this opportunity to share my comment on the BELA bill. I'm a concerned South African citizen. I reject the BELA bill. Clause 4 and 5 decreases the rule of the school governing bodies, puts power over the schools into the hands of the officials. South Africa is a democratic country. Please please don't take away our freedom. Clause 39 allows the national minister to make regulations without them being in consultation with the public, and then enforces those regulations through fines and jail times. Clause 25 allows for the closing of small schools without giving reasons. This will tear families in half. Children cannot stay with their parents anymore. They will need to go far away and live somewhere else to attend school. Please don't do that. Our parents do love us, and they also need us, and we also need them to be with us.
You are left with 1 minute, my good sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next one, please.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Lo khulumayo Khomisa Mgulugulu. I'm the member of Pumlong Secondary School SGB and also
Sorry. So funa ukhuluma nawe baba. Awuphakamisanga isandla. You can't. Qhubeka baba.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. As I was proceeding, I'm Mr. Mgulugulu MM, the member of SGB in Pumlong Secondary School and also the founder of the United Unemployed Educators Movement. Chairperson, I'm very skeptical about upresenter wethu kune section ayibalekile esilimaza kakhulu eCountry i-issue employment of educators. Chairperson, ngicela maniphindele emuva nike nihlale phansi. I-Employment of Educators Act ifuna ukamendwa kakhulu because yasihlupa, because right now we are running approximately of 65,000 unemployed educators here in Gauteng. And every day silungisa leyo problem leyo but ayikabi resolved. May you please, Chairperson, include the clause of employment of grade R educators, because currently in my database endlini yami kwi laptop yami ngina 64,500 unemployed grade R educators, qualified ones. Ibhlungu into abayenza yona because bathi mabangaqashwa. And it is painful because osisi babantu nabo mama babantu basebenzisa imali zabo zokugcina ukuthi bayofunda. Namhlanje igovernment yethu bakhahlela ngaphandle ithi babangaqashwa. That is painful.
You are left with 1 minute. Thank
No
you.
problem, Chairperson. Amanye ama recommendations wasenda laphana angikhathali. Another clause that I want to add with Employment of Educators Act is the issue of recruitment, selection of educators. It doesn't appear in your BELA bill. May you please add that section. Ngiphinde ngiraise kunenye clause futhi la le ethu HOD une power yoku centralize procurement. I'm the member of the SGB. Like Gauteng sine procurement policy which allows.
Ixesha limkile tata, awusekho ke.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Speaker, please.
Namsheweta. Ndiko ipfukini swinene. Vito ra mina Risimati Shuma. Risimati Shuma. Ni langutiseni lani itlosa leyi vulavulaka hi mhaka ya exemption. We took our children to schools where we know that we can afford. Hore ba kgona ho patala the school fees and the other stuff. Hi fika hi va na problem ya ku a va swi koti ku vuya endzhaku va ta hi byela ku ri your application is approved or not approved. And lani mi vulavula hi ku we must have, but deprive vana va hina. You admit our child to school, my child to school, at the end of the day, you end up not giving the textbooks to do the work of school. But we are saying our children have a rights. Vana va hina va na ti rights ta ku dyondza xikolo. Loko u admitile n'wana a xikolweni u tlhela u hluleka ku nyiketa n'wana ti textbook. Swi fana na loko u nga n'wi pfumelelanga ku ya xikolweni. Ndolibuwa bomsanda, nda.
Next one, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohali Chibani. I'm a parent, I'm a teacher, and these changes are actually touching us as educators. So on behalf of even the entire teaching community, we support the bill. Let me start with the first clause that speak of grade R amendments. We support it because ever since the introduction of universalization, whereby all grade R packages were included in the mainstream, it was an advantage, and the sooner it becomes a law, the better. I must also raise support, but raise concern about the section that deals with homeschooling, because when the DPE spoke about grade R universalization, it was correcting the fact that some creches and preschools were not structured. The issue of homeschooling might have problem if we are not strengthening our involvement, because parents might violate Child's Act. And to a certain level, parents, when things are not going well, they will end up
You are
subjecting.
left with 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. So I am just confirming support and intending to input on the importance of structuring this issue of Child's Act and home education. But lastly, I support also twinning, because it will actually make sure that there are no disparities in terms of building common society. Thank you.
Next one, please.
Sanbonan. Unosipho Ntombela Law from National Association of School Governing Bodies. Chairperson. The whole bill now. This is the original bill. And this is the bill that you are giving us. On top of it, you want to tell us that our pregnant teenagers should go to school. I'll repeat it again. It means I'll teach a mother that needs to change nappies and a learner that needs to write assignments. Again, language policy, Baba. There are two languages that we see, Guti, most of them, they work for the nation. Most of the people are saying language of communication is English. At the same time, you're saying there are 11 official language. And then you're saying isiZulu Sami is a first additional language. And again, you're saying it's a home language. What is it, Gatlagath? So you are killing our nation. You go to hospitals everywhere, even medication, it's English and Afrikaans. You're repeating the very same thing, Chepesi. When you do presentation, clause number 34, they can check it. It has sectors, sections, subsections. But when you present it, there's only 34. I will always ask you again, what is it that you are giving to the people, which is a lie? Before you saying I'm left with 1 minute. And Chepesi.
You are indeed left with one, eh?
Yeah.
You are self-timing, that's good.
Thank you very much. And when you are sending the invites to the people, bear it in mind, it's a public hearing. This hall should be full, even stadium. So it means your PCO are not dispersing the information. So some of the people don't know that we are here. Mina will bore you, even social Hoover will be there until you instill that this BELA bill is wrong. Take it or leave it, Baba. You say this, your item, it says your view, our vision. But it seems like it's your view and your vision, not the people. Before you saying I'm done, thank you.
Madam. Sorry, before you speak, Let's just clarify one point. It is the responsibility of the participant to print their own bills. They should not come here and accuse the table for having them printed them the bills. So because it's online, it has been gazetted, the date of the public hearing has been advertised in the all public medias. So let's not accuse each other for something that does not belong to us. It's not my bill, it's the bill of the NCOP. Next, please. You may go ahead, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome all. I see you and I see you. We're all here today because we want to improve the education of all our children in South Africa. We want them to have more opportunities and better experiences than what we had. I am a child of Igoli. I was raised in Ekurhuleni and this is my province. Unfortunately, this national bill cannot be a part of Gauteng. These 54 clauses will not provide us with the improved education that we so desperately hope for. So clause 35 predominantly I reject, together with clause 6 as well as clause 1 and 2. I will begin with clause 1G, which states progressive program for the home education definition. Yet at these provincial public hearings, it has been stated that the BELA bill does not contain references to curriculum. This definition does. In the PCBE deliberations, it was stated that home education may choose a recognized international curriculum and be assessed accordingly. This is misleading and not stated in the BELA bill. Home education is not about an international curriculum. South Africa, with South African writers and South African authors, have written amazing South African curriculums that home education parents can use. I would like to further refer to home education research. The SIA of 2016 as well as 2021 does not contain any socio-economic impact assessment information regarding the home education sector. There is, however, national and provincial research available on home education. I refer to Dr. R. Ramroop's Home Education Research Report of December 2023.
My good ma'am, you're left with 1 minute.
Furthermore, I refer to the cited research called Best Approaches to Home Education by Mutokahwo, dated April 2023. This research report cites African Charter of Rights and the Welfare of Child. I include this in my written submission. Due to time pressures, I reject clause 10, 25, and 39. Furthermore, I do not appreciate the misquoting of the Constitution, but I will not go into detail right now. I am no lawyer, but after 6 months of working very closely with this BELA bill, I can definitely recommend that the Gauteng Provincial Education Department should predominantly rethink these clauses so that our children can get a better education. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate it.
Your time is up. The next speaker, please.
Thank you, Chairperson.
If it's necessary, the medical team must
Chairperson.
give support to Madam there. Thank you. You may proceed, Tata.
Ngiyabonga Chairperson. Igama Nomandla Mbethe from Ward 11, a Deputy Chairperson of the ANC. I support the bill. Clause number 14, when it says, insist the new clause in order to request members of the SGPs to disclose their financial interests. Annually include that the spouse and partners and families members, this is amendment, proceed order to prevent corruption and financial misguidance of SGP members, to promote good governance. And also clause number 18, when it said the SGPs must co-opt umuntu abambonayo kwi-community ukuthi good for esikolweni those needs on our children. I submit, Chairperson. Thank you.
Next one, please. Yes, you may proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you also for the opportunity for me to raise my support or concerns. I am Carolina Fisachi. I'm just an ordinary parent that exercises my right to have authority over my children's education. I reject the BELA bill. I reject the BELA bill for many reasons, of which one such reason is clause number 35 to A3, where I have a concern because it does not provide for the freedom of the choice of curriculum and the definitions regarding that clause. Clause 35 to A3, in terms of the choice of endangers the right of our children because it allows the BELA bill to restrict our children's freedom in terms of the choice of curriculum. To conform to the international treaties to which South Africa is party to, the BELA bill should support freedom of curriculum as long as it's equal to the standards or higher standards comparable to public schools. I propose that the whole of clause 35 be removed out of the BELA bill. With this, I want to ask my Father, the creator of the earth and universe, to just give grace to the Portfolio Committee and whoever is involved with this BELA bill so that he will give them guidance as to how they can support our children. I reject the BELA bill because, as they mentioned, that they do want to support the children and parents in their education. But then I see words like increasing penalties. And then I see words from taking authority or without the consultation of parents. I would rather want to see words more of in support with, in consultation with parents. And then we can work towards supporting our children's education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Wali. The Mex is hailing from the ranks of ANC. So here, I want to raise my concern concerning on grade R new beginners at the school. For the grade R, ke tla rata ho tjhentjha ke bolele ka Sesotho se sa borena. Bana ba grade R ba banyane ba ba sa thomang sekolo e le hore ne ba ka tlase ga mengwaga e 6 e tshelelang kapa yona e shupao mara ga botsebotse ho ya ka nna ke nyaka hore ba thome ka grade ya ka mengwaga e metlhano 5 years hore ba humane nako ya o tlwaela di educators lo ipha meshomo e mengwe ya ka mo sekolong lo re ka mo gae ge ba fihla rena batswadi re kgone ho ba tlhatlha and the educators ba swantse ba re romele di thuto tša bona tše ba tsamayang ka tšona re kgone ho bona re ba ruta kae le kae so that we can cope with their education at home. And then again, my concern ke di languages. Re nka bana re ba isha ko distance learning schools o kry sekolo se le kgole mola sekolo sa gausi se le gona mara ba re ba specializer ka Sizulu. So mo sekolong seo se le mo gaufi o nyaka re ne go be le di class teacher tše di specializang ka language tše tharo tša borena gore ba kgone ho assistana le bana ba rena o be le class e ba beile special
1 minute left
for the educators di kgone ho thusha bana ba ka di language tše tharo tša borena 3 languages by each school ke ntho e leng gore ka re thusha ene ya re berekela and again more mathematics o swantse o be le teacher e ba tlhatlhang ka sekgowa English gore mathematics wa bona o kgone gore o be easy for bona. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, 3 minutes.
I don't know. Good day, everyone. Ke Tebogong Washeng, an educator from Meriting Primary School a SATU member, good standing. Firstly, we support the BELA bill completely. Looking at clause 30, which speaks to the amendment on the application on exemption from paying school fees. We all know the challenges that we're facing in South Africa, where one party will be in difference with the other party, and othola gore now the children are being used as the weapon now to fight this relationship that didn't work. So this bill will also assist in reducing that emotional, abuse in our learners that they continue to face because the mothers and the fathers are fighting. So we are grateful for this bill, that this clause especially will allow our children to go to school in peace and allow the one party to then focus on the education of the child as they go home and then focus on their fights, but the child will be at peace knowing that everything is sorted. However, the challenge again comes on clause 6. We're asking that before the minister goes out to look for specialities and others outside, can the minister first look inside and see the expertise that they have inside? Because believe you me, we have a lot of experts in the schools with degrees and honors and masters and PhDs on different fields. So therefore, before the minister
You have
goes out,
1 minute left.
thank you, my good sir. Before the minister goes out to search for others, can she look first within, and then when she fails inside, she can then, or he can then go out and look out? I thank you.
Thank you for your input. Do we have any more speakers? Thank you very much. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm Mashay, and I'm just a mother, a very concerned mother at that, of 4 children. Now, quite a few of these clauses...
Sorry, ma'am. Can you speak just a little bit louder?
Sorry, okay. Quite a few of the BELA bill clauses concern me. I made some notes so I don't go off on a tangent and speak too long. But most concerning is clause 2. This clause aims to take away the constitutional right of parents, teachers, and students to be able to protest and demonstrate. Everybody has the right to peacefully demonstrate. According to the definition in the Cambridge Dictionary, this means to agree or disagree with something. But the BELA bill seeks to take away this right to protest. So does this mean if we cannot stand against something, can we only stand for it? My other issues lie with clause 13, where the MEC, instead of the parents, can decide to merge schools. Clause 25, where the MEC can close small schools with less than 135 primary school learners and less than 200 high school learners. This freaks me out, because what's going to happen to all these kids in the rural areas who have to pay lots of money now to get to bigger schools where it's already overcrowded, so they can try to get a quality education? I think our children deserve better, all of South Africa's children, not just a few select privileged kids. Whew. Clause 2 also increases the potential for jail time for parents from 6 months to a full year if they keep their kids at school. This falls in with the grade 6 being, 6-year-old being compulsory. I don't believe kids are ready for school at that age, and I know you say that you will not go to jail if you do not send your 6-year-old to school, but where is that in the bill? Finally, clause 39 gives the minister the power to manage learner pregnancy. Now, this is something I feel very passionate about. This should not be something managed by the minister, but by the students and their parents with the support and encouragement from those in charge of educating them. How will these learners be supported during their pregnancy and after giving birth so that they can continue their studies, which is the most important thing?
You
Or would
have
they-
1 minute left.
Thank you so much. Or would they be given an easy out to continue their studies unencumbered without parental knowledge or input? This is my biggest concern. I was pregnant at 16. I had my daughter when I was 17. If I'd been given the option by a teacher to quietly hush-hush take care of the problem, I probably would have taken it. And this dear child of mine would not be sitting here right now. Okay, I'm almost done. This blatant overreach proposed by the bill is not in the best interest of the children of South Africa and needs to be revised to better protect our kids and to better reflect the needs of our changing education system. This bill gives way too much power to people not actively involved in our children's lives. And I think I speak for all South African parents when I say that this is unacceptable. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more speakers? Yes, we do. 3 minutes, starting now.
Ngithanda ukubingelela wonke umuntu eseholweni. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I 100% support the bill. And ngizogcizelela kule ye clause number 36. Ukuthi I support it 100% because of as parents uthola ukuthi sithatha abantwana we take them to ikolo lezi ezikude nathi affording. At the same time uthola ukuthi siba nama differences as parents uthola ukuthi umntwana uyasuffer. But because of it laws we can apply for an exemption from the payment of school fees. I 100% support that. And also it laws number 39 that it speaks about teenage pregnancy. I also support that, Chair, due to ukuthi abantwana maseba pregnant sizobalahlela bani because they've got right to learn. Ukuthi urojwe kuphi wamitha, it doesn't mean ukuthi sekumele simlahlele ngaphandle. Ngiyay support 100% ukuthi uminister will monitor ama teenage pregnancy as esikolweni babe ne right yokufunda. I 100 supporting e-bill.
Thank you for your input. Next speaker. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good day, Chairperson and everyone present. My name is Jaco Vivier. It's my privilege and instruction from my Heavenly Father to teach my own children, and I reject the BELA bill in its entirety. In specific reaction to the following clauses, the definition for home education in clause 1G unconstitutionally limits the venue of home education, as well as the tutorial and other educational resources a learner may make use of. Clause 35, subsection 1, 2, 4, and 12 do not respect parents' rights. Clause 35, subsection 2A and B place unlawful limits on the curriculum and assessment methods home educators may make use of. Clause 35, subsection 16 allows the minister unlawful broad powers to make regulations without consultation with the home educator community. I'm also deeply concerned about the closure of micro schools as contemplated in section 25. The fact that online schooling and micro-independent schooling are not provided for in the bill, and the provision for regulation on learner pregnancy in clause 39. Considering the above points, I would like to ask the following: that the home education section on the BELA bill be removed from the current SASA and new appropriate legislation for home education be developed. Number 2, that the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education would request a thorough social economic impact assessment that is developed through engaging with home educators so that the Member of Parliament can know what the implications of the BELA bill will be. And number 3, that the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education will meet with home educator organizers, researchers, and parents to get the needed background for home education.
1 minute left.
Please give ear to the thousands of South Africans that are rejecting this bill and stop forcing the BELA bill to pass just in order to line your own pockets. Proverbs 1 verse 3 to 9 says, "Hear, my son, your father's instructions, and forsake not your mother's teaching, for they are graceful garlands for your head and pendants for your necks." We need to take care and look after our children, as they are the future of this bright South Africa. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your input. Sorry, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Nyabonga Sihlalo. Okhulumayo ulindiwe Mnguni. Ngokuhlala ngise Ward 14 ekuruleni. Chairperson we-ANC aphinde abe uceba wase Ward 14. Ngiyayisupporta i-bill 100%. Special ku clause number 2 lekhuluma ngabantwana baku grade R. because isuke ibalungiselela ukuthi makaya esikolweni azi ukuthi esikolweni kwenziwani. Because ama-crash siba nawo ezindlini, not kwi-environment enabantwana abaningi nabothishera abaningi. Then I support, ngiphinde ngisupporte uclause number 16. Okhuluma ngokuthi siba nama-challenges ey'kolweni, especially abazali abanganabantwana. Most of them baba yiphathi yey'kole into ezenzakala ey'kolweni. But I support isho ukuthi mele nabo bakhona ukuthi babe yiphathi ye-SGB. Kungabi ukuthi compulsory abazali abanabantwana or one of the teachers, especially secretary we committee kube member yesikolo. Then I support number 35 in terms of homeschooling. Ukuthi kuba nezizathu zokuthi umntwana why angabi esikolweni. And I support issue ukuthi mele kube nelontuzana ne submission and ne request also no HOD abe yiphathi yoku approve leyo application ukuthi yes indeed ngiyavuma based on 1 2 3 ukuthi umntwana angathola homeschooling. Kungabi uthela wayeka nami ngayenza nje homeschooling endlini based umntanami ngibona kunama challenges.
1 minute left.
And clause number 39 ye pregnancy, I support it. Because ngesikhathi sethu thina besihlala 2 years 3 years ekhaya bathi khulisa umntwana ubuyela emuva. Manje ngiyayisupport ukuthi umntwana pregnant ulelungelo lokuthi aye esikolweni njengabanye abantwana. Ngiyabonga Chair.
My name is Sipombetse, a chairperson of street committees in Tembisa and Rumapeto zone. I support this bill, Chairman. Clause number 10, extending the prohibition of corporal punishment. We have been punished in a school and leadership. And then as a result, many black people are not educated because of they were punished. I remember meeting one teacher and he said, I think I know you. I said, yes. You are the one who abused me. And in addition, gender-based violence, we are teaching a child that for someone to understand must be punished. And as a result, they beat their wives. And if we are serious about gender-based violence, it must start at the early age. I'm happy with all other clauses here in the bill. You look at the grade R. You know, we're from that school when the teacher said, you must say A. You also say, I'll put it in my language. We'll say, Ho-a, and I'll say, Ho-a. And a repetition that is not educating. So, in a nutshell, this bill speaks to my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yeah. 3 left. Okay. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Good medicine to Kaufel. Obulela ngikeni mabilibili from Etwa Ward 26. So I support the bill 100%. And then the outlaws 2.2, 2.1. Actually, this one, no gara ka ishapela masofo nkabana babanyane or bathome early like Rona we did before. Because it will speed. And one other thing on this one, I will also encourage the department to please monitor the preschools and the creches. Baska keep tabana about 5 years. Wabatwela by a good school. And then you can go. And again, get a good loss 8. Good loss 8. Please, Chair, let's leave the teachers and the principals to concentrate on school. Can the department maybe hire the securities? Because as we see now, we need securities for school. So the teacher and the principal can concentrate on teaching our school. So that one also maybe, maybe like I don't know, you must employ securities. And the last one, clause 33. I also support it. I know you said we mustn't raise questions or whatever, but this one, we have a problem in our
Sorry,
locations.
You have 1 minute left.
Especially the unregistered schools by the foreigners. And the department is doing nothing about that. Even that one, no, the department must help, please. Abakan look vacation. These unregistered schools, please.
Thank you. The next speaker, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Lucky Chipa Lukele from Oscar Mabika. I'm the chairman of Civic Movement. Chairperson and Portfolio Committee, your bill is too magnificent. But as you are sitting there in a portfolio committee, you yourself, you put other people to disagree with this program that you are giving us, especially those who come from disadvantaged families. I'm talking about the black people. When you can go to the white schools, those schools, Lear School, War School, they have swimming pools, they got big grounds, they got everything. What about our school as the black people? You're coming with a nice thing now. They are sending something that they must distract our program. Me, as an individually, let me come to the clause. Clause number 13, and let him start for the child that's pregnant. We have sisters. We don't want to see our child and our sisters to not be educated. Give opportunity to our children and our sisters, if they fall pregnant by mistake, to have a chance to get educations. I thank you for that. In terms of clause number 19, to agree on to take member of the community to be in SGB. Because when I'm sitting by the schools, if the schools get banned or get robbed, I'm the one who assisting the school. It is not a favor, it's the more important thing to be member of the community to be in the SGB. Others, I can talk less because other community members, they have said mouthful stress. I got nothing to change, just to support the bills. I thank you, Chairperson, and the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Sanbonani.
Last one. Sorry, I believe this is the last speaker on the list. Is that correct? Yes.
One more.
Okay, second last one. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Okay, thank you, sir. Igama wakachalwa kabini. Remember your OD, Operation Tutula. I'm not standing on behalf of OD. However, Chair, ngizotanda ukuthi kule bill, which is not an act as yet, as a parent and whom I happen to work at the school, we support it. Why, Chair? Reason. Nasizalana, we came with this notion yokuthi kuzoba ne issue alcohol, issue abortion, issue sex, which when you look at the bill at the moment, none of that is here. So that's why we are supporting the bill, Chair. Number two, ngicela ukuvela kundaba ye withdrawals of SGPs. There's a clause here, withdrawal of SGPs. Why we are saying withdrawal of SGPs is very important. Then led by the HOD. Leo sibeka endabeni yokuhayarwa EEA, whereby ukuhayarwa kabo teacher. You know, it's very unfortunate ukuthi uCharlie ngizenza ngami example whereby no standard 4. I'm just making an example, not ukuthi ngithi mhlambe uDomna unzu standard 4, but we are being in a panel uyohlala uyohayara umuntu ophethe PhD. I don't think that thing is good, Chairman. So what we are saying, withdrawal of SGP is there. Ama powers of HOD. Sicabanga ukuthi at least lapho ke izosebenza. Siye kule pregnancy abantwana, Chair. Sicela uminister ayimanage kahle. Inganikezi abantwana indaba yokuthi no esikoleni sebasivumela, you can do as we please. So can minister ayimanage ngendlela, not ukuthi sithi it's wrong because akunamntwana kumele alahle. Kodwa iminister yenze njani?
1 minute left.
Ayimanage ngendlela right to support people and endorse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe this is the last speaker now. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sanbonani, me phambi kwenu Archbishop Penindlovu. I am the president of Ubuhle Bobunye Bomanyano, which is a federation Mama Bomanyano in the sector of the FPO sector, faith-based organization. As I'm standing here, ngifuna ukuthi kuwe sihlalo ne portfolio committee. The principle of the governance of South Africa, number 1, it states batho pele principle. And mayikhuluma ngebatho pele principle ngicabanga ukuthi ikhuluma ngobuntu. When mang translator ubuntu. So tina as black people, we raised ngaphansi kobuntu, except for our different beliefs, whether you are a Christian or in. But ebuntwini bethu, ngendlela engikhuliswe ngayo, ngikhuliswe ekuthenini ifanele ukuthi ngihloniphe. I'm referring to a clause. I'm referring good clause le mention ukuthi there should be no corporal punishment in the school, but we need to have discipline. When I'm mentioning this, ngisho ukuthi sikhule si discipline esikolweni. Not to say ukuthi si promoter ukuthi umntwana makakhatshwe ashaywe ngezincindi ahlanganiswe namabonda. But you are saying discipline should be there at schools. And secondly, under what I've said concerning indaba yobuntu as
Sorry,
black
you have 1 minute
people,
left.
sifuna ukuthi we are rejecting clause 39. Why are we rejecting it? Ngiyacabanga ukuthi esikoleni you are doing life orientation, of which if they promote ubuntu, we are supposed to be teaching abantwana bethu the values yokuthi mele baziphathe kanjani instead of getting pregnant at the early stage. So ngokusho njalo asisho ukuthi abantwana baqoshwe, but values of ubuntu ebantwaneni babantu abamnyama kuyadingeka. Ngiyabonga.
May I please now request Honorable Member Musito to please give us a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to thank everybody present here today. A special thank you to all the stakeholders who took part in making sure that this day becomes a success. And I want to thank all staff members who made sure that this day becomes possible. And a special thanks to the team, the honorable members present here today. And I hope you'll go home safe and make sure that our children are in school, please, and they do what is expected of them. And yeah, be safe. Thank you very much.
We now came to the conclusion of our session. It is very imperative that we need to appreciate and express our sincere appreciation to all of you, the participants, the most important stakeholders. I went out before while the proceeding was on. I phoned the state law advisor. He advised me that the children under 18 cannot make law, no submission. I advised that I express a view that I need to be consistent because in Soweto I allowed the underage kids to make submission. And today I did the same. The legal advice, state law advisor advises that for the fact that you make it wrong twice, it doesn't make it sound in law. So therefore, going forward to the last public hearing that will be at Soshanguve, I'm advised to be strict with that responsibility as per advice of the state law advisor. And we must say that, you know, participatory democracy is part of the constitutional democracy. You know, as you know, in South Africa, the people govern through, there's three types of the democracy. There's constitutional democracy, parliamentary democracy, and participatory democracy. Participatory democracy put influence or process in lawmaking into the hands of the people. That's why we came here before you to make sure that you make your own contribution. As the portfolio committee, we are not really concerned about whether the view was different amongst yourselves. As we have observed today, your contribution is a testimony that it was a democracy at work. We thank you very much for attending this meeting. I must also make sure that you also make yourself available, representative of the Department of Basic Education, on our last public hearing. We thank you very much, and you have a great day until we talk to you pretty soon. Thank you. Stand adjourned.